It is time! Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's Mustache Wars 2 Cup. I'm Join Sadeki, your herald of greatness, who brings you the best talent from our community to compete for your pleasure during each and every cup. And today, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to the co-hosting chair, Barris. Barris, how are you?
Hello, everyone, and hello, Jones. Thank you for having me here on the stream. I'm so nervous, but also at the same time, I'm so excited to see all the games with you today on a 2v2 cup, which I'm not playing in. So with all our viewers on the stream and with you, I'm not in the cup, but I will be watching and commentating at the same time. It will be amazing, I think.
I think you're going to be amazing. Like, I'm so especially excited to have you here. I don't know a single person in our community that doesn't love you. So I'm thrilled to have you here, talk with you, hear your thoughts on these matches, see some strategies play out and get your opinions on them as they happen, you know?
Yeah, you are too kind. Thank you so much. But I think I will do my best. We are going to see some really, really good games today. So I'm looking forward to being this side of the stream for once.
Yeah, that's a good point. You are famous for two things it's worth mentioning. That first of all, of course, that glorious mustache, and two, winning 2v2 cups as part of the legendary Team Rocket with your partner Benzo. I gotta say, are you missing playing today? Like, are you going to be sad halfway through the day? You're going to start feeling some regret there?
With the new tournament mode, you mean?
No.
I'm good. I'm good.
Tournament mode, yeah, of course. No, I mean, like, since you're not playing today, are you going to miss it?
I will see it, I think, after the stream. So maybe we can invite as Team Rocket to play against the winner team after the stream.
That makes sense. Yeah, you and Benzo can always jump in and play with folks afterwards. That makes sense. Well, I wanted to mention for everybody, both Team Rocket members, Barris and Benzo, are not competing in this weekend's cup, but that's because of your past wins. Both you guys are going to be pretty much guaranteed into the final 2v2 cup of the year.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, Benzo right now helping to focus on the Russian channel of Mushroom Wars.
Yeah.
So we are right now as Team Rocket both on global stream and on Russian stream. That's an honor for us.
Yeah, you guys are like doing a twofold approach, like this assault on all of the on the cups in a different way for the first time. But I'm planning on picking your brain a bunch today, get some of those co-op secrets out of you and what it takes to have such a good partnership, win multiple cups, you know. But first, we should probably talk through today's actions. So yeah, maybe today, what are we gathered here for today?
Today, actually, this is our first in tournament mode 2v2 cup in August. So today is the day 2 of this cup, which means that we are going to watch the final 8 teams, and they will be competing for the first place. We had about 120 participants in this cup, so it was a rough day 1 to get in the second day. So we have some well-known teams, and as well as we are seeing some new teams on the second day, which always makes me happy. So we will see what is going to happen today.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to take a moment to send some shout outs to all the teams that played yesterday, all you folks that registered and didn't make it. for the start of the competition too, even for whatever reason, you know, those, but mostly, particularly the folks that were just edged out. So I'm going to run through a couple teams here of folks that made it to the, you know, the top 16, but didn't make it today's top 8. So we had Team Random Team, which was Miha and player DAC13. They were edged out right by Team Mushroom. We had Team Stefania, which was Niti and Claudio. They were beaten out by Team Spicy Mushroom Soup. We had Team Top, which was Top Fantasy and Top Sky. Team Spinach, which was RNG Spinach and RNG Tiger. We had Team Symbiote, which was Rolly and Adam 950. Team May the Forge Be With You, which was Mr. Elsh21 himself and Narlax. We had Team Sounds Good, which was Loader 12 and Dr. Death. And the last of the top 16 teams that did not make it today was the Team Day One Wonders, which was Rob T44 and Gunner.
Actually, thank you for all participating, and everybody will receive their rewards for soon, let's say. And now on the final 8 teams today, we have the Mushroom, Moonshadow and Mr. Kai, who was fighting against on the finals against Team Rocket on the last cup. And we have a new team that I have seen for the first time. This is Spicy Mushroom Soup, and which is Franklin and Lucius. I haven't heard about these players, but I hope they are going to do their best against Mushroom. And we have Hungry Team, which is P Magister and Z Sense, which we know them from the previous cups. We already had them on the second day, last cup, and I'm happy to see them again here. And we have Team Rollator, and I don't remember how many times they get to the second day, but both Stefan and Doc No Hope are wonderful players. Today we will see them for playing with tier 3 on tournament mode for the first time. And we have team perfectly balanced, and these guys are the guys that everybody knows, Fase and Eclipse, and they are one of the favorite teams on second day. And we have team Aytak Soyedet, and which is 123 Igor and Leho Sohi, and they are both Russian players, and I know they are good players. I have played with Leha a lot of times 2v2. I know he's a good 2v2 player. And we have Dream Team, which is DI78 and Q211. They are perfect team. We are seeing on the second day since beginning of this year, and they are making at top 4 at least since 2 cups, and I hope in this cup it will change. We will see them on top 3. And last team is Team 1+1, which is Oshard and Deepon. Really, they are playing amazing. Maybe they are the reason that I'm not playing this cup, because we tried to play customs on tournament mode with them, and they really play so good, and they are really a strong team.
Oh, interesting.
You will see very, very, very nice games today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a bunch of those. I mean, we have you pointed out all of these perfectly. I kind of want to run through some categories, but tons of familiar faces. Just to repeat a couple things you said there, that we have those. I basically have categories. I have to categorize all the teams at the top 8 into 3 different areas. Like, you know, we have the new qualifiers, like you mentioned, teams that haven't made it to day 2 in the past. So Spicy Mushroom Soup and Team 1-1, and also Team Etok Soyadet. We've never seen them in a 2v2 cup this year. I should just clarify. It's possible they've made it in one of the past year cups. But then we have the 2 returning teams, which are members that have made it to the past cups this year but haven't qualified into the semifinal rounds, which are Hungry Team and Team Rollator. But then, like you mentioned, we have that finalist group. And in both the previous, maybe everybody knows this, maybe they don't, but just to reiterate, in both of the previous 2v2 cups, we've had the same 4 teams come down and fight each other. Team Rocket, of course, you and Benzo, then Team Mushroom, Perfectly Balanced, and Dream Team. These 8 folks have like always duked it out. So it's fascinating. I mean, the fact that you're here, but just what that means for today with Team Rocket not being in the mix, but then with these new competitors, and like you said, some of them being so strong, and if they're going to be able to edge everything out.
Yes, the final section were fought. You mentioned were fighting so good on the last two cups. So we were on that section too if we have joined the tournament. But now we are out, and now we will see totally different games today. I'm so curious about that.
Do you think any of these 5 teams, right, not the ones that have made it to the last rounds in the past 2 cups, do you think any of the 5 have what it takes to edge out Team Mushroom or Perfectly Balanced or Dream Team? Like, do you think we'll see an upset in those areas?
I don't think so. I don't
think so. Okay.
I don't think so. Yes, because now we look at the brackets, and the I don't know what we will see, the fun games and what will happen during the final game and third place game. But the result will stay, I think, the same, similar.
Good point. Well, I mean, that's going to be the exciting thing to stay tuned for and see what happens today. You know, we'll all just have to see how it plays out. But why don't we run through some of today's the rules for today's games? Does that sound good?
Sure. For example, the rules for today: each matchup will be best of 5 as usual, and starting map will be Q30 on King of the Hill mode, and match point will be played on the King of the Hill mode, and there will be a hero pool like the previous tournaments. And today's heroes are Martillo, Stella, Kenor, Chia, Claude, Trini, Pixo, and Dora. And there is a map pool that is chosen by each team. So each round will be played on those maps, and loser of each round chooses the next map. And all game modes are acceptable. Only don't forget the last game should be played on King of the Hill mode, and all games will be played on tournament mode. So this tournament mode will set the length of the games to 6 minutes, and all players will have same passive levels, tier 3, and the characters will be maxed out with the character's ability level and artifacts. And is there any rule that I'm missing for today, Joyce?
No, I think that's pretty much it for everything that everybody should take a look at. But there are some that we just want to call out some things for all the players to watch out for. So players cannot choose heroes from outside the hero pool. So those 8 that Beres just mentioned, those are the ones you got to stick to. Also, the same hero cannot be picked multiple times per player per 5 round. So if you choose Stella, you can't choose Stella until if you make it to the semifinal match, or your partner can pick Stella for another match. Also, the same hero cannot be picked by both players at the same time, so both players can't play Stella for one game. Similarly, the same map is not going to be able to be picked multiple times per 5 rounds. So if you choose Q12 during the quarterfinal round, you can't pick Q12 again until you make it to the semifinals. And also important, if the players accept an invitation and play with something wrong here, if they choose with the wrong characters, if they made a mistake and they've accidentally selected a map they've already used, and all players accept it and we start the match, we'll count that as normal. The judges typically will count that as normal unless communication we're able to get a hold of all the players and call them out on it and stop the match. Like if somebody quits out, we'll know to restart it right away. If the same mistake is made multiple times, then we count that as a defeat. But we do our best in order to make sure everything's fair, and then we restart it if we have to. But Beres, what about prizes, and what are our top teams competing for?
Sure. As always, there will be a ton of prizes for top 3 teams, and they will have lots of games, loose and gold, as well as 1 to 3 weeks of premium in game for with a frame and in-game trophy. And in addition to these top 3 players, they will also get 1 of the 3 additional prizes, either a gift card from Amazon or Google Play Store or Apple Store, Discord Nitro subscription or a cash prize, and third place team members will both individually receive $10 in credit, and second place will receive $20, and first place will receive $30 each.
That's right. And of course, everybody watching, you guys can win too, whether you're watching through Discord or wherever you guys are tuned in from, or not Discord, sorry, whether you're watching from Twitch or Facebook, whatever platform you're on. But we're doing a viewer's quest today, and it's one where you can take action right now. Honestly, you should really get onto this right now, because we're looking for your prediction on what two teams are going to make it to the final match.
And everybody, please go to the Mushroom Wars Facebook page and put your comment into the guest and leave this comment with your prediction. You will win an award, and all guesses will earn prizes, and if you know it, you will earn more prize.
Yeah, right. So go right now, because voting's only going to be available until we start the first round, which is only honestly a few minutes from now. So check the link in the Twitch chat and head over there, put your suggestions or put your predictions. That's the word I'm looking for. Put your predictions in as soon as you can. But anyways, what do you think, Barris? Let's talk about, since we are talking about predictions and the audience is now trying to get a head up here so they can win. What do you think? Who do you think's going to make it? Who are the final two teams we're going to be rooting for at the end of the day today?
For me, let's say there will be familiar faces, some old players and some newer players, but that we will see perfectly balanced and mushrooms on the finals, I guess.
All right, that's such a solid prediction. Team, yeah, perfectly balanced. They've made it so often to either second or third place, and Mushroom is the same way. I think they both swapped second and third place the last two matches, and then of course your team took first both of those. So man, I have to root for somebody else here just to give some flavor to this the difference between us. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say Mushroom's gonna make it, and no, you know what, we're gonna say Spicy Mushroom Soup's going to come out on top today. I think they're the ones that I'm going to really hope for. And after this first round, if they just lose, I'm totally wrong, right? But I'm saying Spicy Mushroom Soup, and I really think Dream Team. I think Dream Team. This is their year. Q211 and D78.
If that happens, we will see hell of a games today. I hope that happens too.
Yeah.
So
anything else though we should know before we start?
Yes, we shouldn't forget that we will be also streaming the third place match today. So there will be a lot of good games. I mean it. There will be a lot of good games. So let's see.
Yeah, those will be before we go into the finals today, folks. So we'll do the quarterfinals, then we'll stop. We'll do the we'll of course do the third round match, see who comes in third and fourth place, and then we'll jump into the final rounds. All games are going to be best of 5 today, just for your awareness. And then just right now, one final reminder: get your predictions in for that viewer's quest, because we're going to start playing. So, Barris, maybe you can tell everybody who's up first today.
Right now, the Mushroom team, Mushroom, Moonshadow, and Mr. Kai is playing against Spicy Mushroom Soup, which is Franklin and Lucius.
And you said you're not familiar with, Moonshadow and Mr. Kai pretty well. So maybe we start there. Yes, you played against them plenty of times, right?
Actually, they are awesome players. I know they are both Chinese players, so they will be on voice call with each other. So I know this team too well, and I heard that they are practicing on tournament mode so much. So
they're getting ready.
That Spicy Mushroom should be ready for the games, and I haven't heard about them, but maybe they are a secret team that will change everything today.
Yeah, maybe. All right, I got my invite. Make sure you check on your side, see if you get. I see everybody is queued in here, ready for the first game. So, give you a second to restart if you need to.
I am trying to start the game. To be honest, actually, the game is not started.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing how Franklin and Lucius play. I went through and I checked. We send a little bit of Oh, sorry, I'm getting my computer's messing up for a second. I just got to move some cables around. Oh, but I was looking at some of the information that the team members send over to us, so we can get a little bit of a good sense of how everybody plays together. And I'm looking forward to talking about Lucius and Franklin's style in a second here. But I think we're ready. I think everybody's in, right? Oh, we're waiting for Tormaz to jump in as a spectator. Okay. Well, give him a second. Sure, I think we're just gonna give him a second to restart there, moments away from starting this match. But yeah, Franklin and Lucius, both members I know have played together in the past. And interestingly enough, they're both in South Korea, but they didn't always live there together. Like they didn't live in the same country. They lived on opposite ends of the world and then got to know each other. We read a little bit about their history. So super cool. But there we go. Tormaz is in. So let's jump into our first match of the day, folks. All right, we're looking at Mr. Kai making a strong first selection for Klotz. Then the selection goes back to the opposite team, and they can choose their 2 members. And it looks like they're going, Franklin's going Mardio, Lucius going Kenner.
Yes.
And now we're just waiting on Moonshadow.
We are going to be playing Q30 on King of the Hill mode. And on King of the Hill mode of this map, everything changes. For example, on regular mode, you have to rush to the forge, and whenever you get the forge, you have the massive amount of power that the forge provides you. But in King of the Hill mode, you don't have that forge in the middle. Instead of that, you have 3 King of the Hill buildings.
Yeah.
So it makes it a 1v1 game on each side. So whoever takes their side first, they have the advantage. So surviving in this game is also important.
I'm trying to absorb exactly what you said, but I feel like we're going to see it play out perfectly here, and then
let's see.
And then you could say, see, that's exactly what I was predicting. Oh yeah, there's no forges. They took all the forges out. You're right.
Yes. Mr. Kai sent some troops.
Mr. Kai taking a strong hold. And there's the Klotz. Klotz number 1 on the right side, really pinning Lucius down. Lucius able to defend a little bit with that tower using the number 1 from Kenner in the top right, but has nothing, no development right there on that village while it's attacking. And there he is. Lucius taken out on the left side. Looking at Franklin right here, sending a snake through the clouds he put down to try to take out Moonshadow's village. Not going to be enough. He knows it. Mr. Kai coming in with the support on the right side, taking out that last village.
Mr. Kai played great.
Yeah, good call.
At first he used to attack 2 Phillies first. So he spent some troops to attack 2 Phillies first, and as a Klotz on this map, you have really less production. So when Klotz uses his first turncoats, you have so much advantage.
Totally.
But meanwhile, he attacked after his opponent attacked, so he steal his building because his opponent sent some troops to take the building while the building was taken by opponent. He spent those troops to take the building, but Mr. Kai just steal it perfectly.
Yeah, he's able to just swoop in there so easily. Do you expect us to see anybody like, to me, on these first matches where it is so small unit dependent, like this is a small map. You have small development. There's not a lot of time. It's just all go from the beginning. Do you expect anybody to drop forges at the beginning and as a way to give them a boost, or like this map where all 4 players were just, I have a specific strategy. I'm going to go for this tower or this village. Do you think we'll just see that the whole time?
Yeah, to be honest, on this map, if they were playing on tier 5, dropping a forge would be easier. But now it's 23 units. It's expensive. If somebody builds a forge, they should have some support because they will be back 23 troops from the opponent. So
yeah,
if the opponent is smart enough, they can capture their building. But also forge gives extra defense. So I like this map because there are possible like 5 or 6 different openings, and I hope we will see all of them today.
Yeah, wow, I didn't even think of that. This is why I love having you on, because you have that idea of like, yeah, if we're doing tournament mode, which sets a passive skills at 3 or passive ability level at 3, the actual specific number of units it takes to transition a village over to a tower or a forge actually comes into the strategy play, which I I wouldn't think of, because it's only 5 units or 6 units or something like that, right? So in my mind, I'm like, that's not that big of a deal. But on these early games, it's a huge deal, right?
And your production is slow, and your morale gain is slow. The game is basically slower than Tier 5.
Good point.
So, which means you have to play so carefully. This tournament mode doesn't forgive any mistakes.
Yeah, I get it, man. All right, so I'm seeing most of the team members here have selected what they want to do. Looks like since Lucius and Franklin, was that Spicy Mushroom Sim, since they did lose the first round, they have selection of map. This round, it looks like they're using Q1 as their option, and we're waiting on a confirmation from Moonshadow before we begin this map. But really, oh yeah, and Benzo, we're waiting for Benzo to get into the map too, so that he can observe. What do you think? Any suggestions on Q1 as far as player selection? Who do you think we're going to see, or from the map pool and the hero pool, who do you think we'll go with?
Which mode they are playing? It depends on the mode, but
yeah, it looks like Conquest.
With Conquest, I have to check the hero pool. Just a second.
Sure.
Just a second. I'm finding the hero pool. Yes, I think I would go with Dora.
Really?
Yes, Dora on this map.
Just to avoid all of the mana gain from the towers there?
Dora and Kenor would be a good option. By the way, I'm kicked from the game.
Oh, you were kicked?
Yes.
All right. Let's jump out. Let's wait until we get the. Looks like I was kicked too. Let's just wait until we get a re-invite there for everything. Let's make sure everybody knows. I'm gonna send a quick message to them.
I think we will miss this game.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully they can restart real quick. If not, we can watch the stream with everybody else.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Moonshadow, Mr. Kai. Moonshadow's going with Trini. Kai's going for Chia there.
Yes.
Moonshadow, yep.
It will be delayed, but yes.
Yep, we watched this on just a quick delay here. Looks like everybody's coming out for that middle forward, or everybody's going for the middle tower there. Moonshadow and Mr. Kai just have such a strong opening, able to take over the center really quickly, push into the territory for Franklin and Lucius, and without a doubt, able to just quickly storm their entire left side. That is textbook Q1, man.
Yes, this is how you play Q1, and on attacking that tower, the timing is very important. If you attack too early with less troops, you are not able to hold it, because if the opponent attacks after you, you will just lose that tower because you lost some of your troops while attacking and taking the tower.
Yeah.
But if you have enough units, and if you have a hero who can hold the tower, for example, if you have Trini and you can freeze the forge, you have chance to hold that tower. So whoever takes the tower, the rest of the game is too difficult to come back.
I know it was quick and we weren't watching it live, but did you see Trini do that? Who had Trini? Was it Mr. Kai? No, it was Moonshadow. Did Moonshadow freeze any forges in order for them to have the bonus on that tower when they were fighting back and forth with Team Spicy Mushroom Soup?
I couldn't see. Yes, I think I'm trying to see it on the stream, but it's in a very small area. So no, he used it on the Stellas first.
That's right. Yep. That's a great reserve. I guess at that point you don't need to use Trini's first if you've already taken over the center, because what's the point? You own all the forges. You don't need to stop your opponent.
He has also one extra forge from the Chia's first.
Totally. All right, there we go. I just got my invite. So this is match point, because Team Mushroom is taken 2-0 right now, which means if they win this, they are going to progress, obviously, to the semifinals here. But we'll see what happens. I'm still hopeful for Franklin and Lucius here coming out, showing a good victory here. They will have obviously map selection here. Looking like they're going with Q17, which is definitely a favorite on my side. This is a longer map. Do you usually play this one?
We used to pick this map on our first tournament last year with Benzo as a map when picking the maps, and we were doing pretty great on this. I remember we fought against Tormos and Focus at that time, and we won that game. It was a pretty good game.
Nice.
And I like this map.
Mr. Kai going Kenner, Mushroom going Klotz, and Franklin doing Stella Moonshadow.
Franklin gave half of his troops to Lucius and boom.
And that is taking out Mr. Kai really quickly.
Yes.
Moonshadow, it's all up to him at this point. That was such a good forge drop by Lucius there in the bottom right. But now Moonshadow coming in, knowing that forge is so pestimate, and coming in right there to try to take it. Hits him with the Klotz number 2 to reverse everybody. So now it's 1 versus 2 with Lucius and Franklin. They're holding on best they can, trying to expand right there. You see Lucius going off to the right, take some of the villages over there for extra ground.
Look at Moonshadow's morale right now. Look at Moonshadow's morale right now. He knows he has the morale and he's keeping it.
Totally.
He's not risking anything. He's not doing any attacks because on tier 3 you have to be sure to make that attack and win that attack.
And here comes a slow attack, man. This is exactly like you said. Franklin's not going to get anywhere with that attack, and it just went to boost that Moonshadow's morale, just like you said.
Now he has 3-star morale, and see the difference how he is attacking, and
he's going right for that forge in the bottom right, able to take it.
This is the morale.
50 units in there.
With the perfect snake.
Totally. Now
he's taking the advantage of that morale. Now look at his morale. He has 4 stars, almost 5 stars morale.
Oh, perfect Stella number 4 to try to take that over, but interesting counterattack. They're not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Lucius, all those units on the right side, he's just holding on to them. Franklin knows. Lucius
that morale, they cannot even touch it.
Definitely not. What do you suggest in a situation like that, where you have such a strong player with a morale boost? Do you just hope to wait for an attack and then hit, and then just capitalize on defending really well in order to get your own morale up?
Actually, I think you need to defend well to get your own morale, but after some point, if they have more troops than you, it's so hard to come back because they will have both morale and troop, and morale means your speed and your attack and your defense, everything is better than your opponent. So morale is the key here, and on tier 3, it's easier to lose according to the higher tiers. So morale is very important on tier 3.
Interesting. So you're saying on higher tiers, like if we were playing passive tier 5, morale is not as important because your individual character or player levels are more boosted, like compensated, higher attack, higher defense, individual things like that?
I mean, morale is always important, but in tier 5 it's more forgiving.
Oh, okay.
In tier 3, it's more valuable in tier 3.
Good point. Well, just to give a quick shout out, Team Mushroom, congratulations. You're progressing just as Varus predicted, right up through to the semifinal round. Team Spicy Mushroom Soup, thank you so much. Congratulations for getting this far. Thank you for the wonderful matches. And we'll look forward to seeing from you guys in the future and talking with you more. But that means we're going to jump into our second match in the quarterfinals today, which is Team Hungary and Team Rolator, 2 other teams that we've seen, come into different matches at times in the past. We've seen P Magister, Z-Sense, and we've seen Stephasen and Doc No Hope in the past as well. So it's good to see a matchup of these guys too, because I personally have been looking forward to seeing Doc No Hope play, but P Magister and Z-Sense, we've seen them compete and do well in the past as too. Barris, do you have any predictions before we get into this match? I see they're still queuing up. Do you have any predictions on how this will go?
To be honest, I love all of these two teams, and I have played many games with Z-Sense and as well as many games with Doc Know How. Both are perfect players, perfect teammates, and I played some games with Stefan and P Magister too. So I'm looking forward to see this game. It will be very interesting. So I cannot do any predictions right now.
Gotcha.
It will be so interesting.
It's good that you've played with most of these players. Do you have any, like you said, they're good teammates. Is there any specific style we should look out for? Like, is Doc more aggressive than Stefan, or is Z-Sense more of like a great support person? Like, I don't know. I haven't played with them myself to know enough about their specific tactics.
If we are going to look at the previous tournaments, for Team Rollator, I can say that Stefan was supporting Doc Know How, but it had to be that way because he had higher tiers than him.
Good point.
It made sense to give the higher tier to attack opportunity, but right now everything can change. This is the beauty of tournament mode. So
equal playing field. No, none of that like, well, I have to play passive because I have a lower tier than you. Great point. But anyways, I think we're ready to get into this match. Is that right? Great. So let's.
Benzo missing, I think.
Oh, Benzo is missing, but yeah, he'll jump in here in a second here just to hear from him. But anyways, second round of the quarterfinal matches. Let's get into it. Yeah, making sure these guys choose King of the Hill on this map. Looks like they did. We're still waiting on Benzo to get in here, but okay, walk me through this one more time. You said, I totally understood what you're saying, but it was such a quick first map last time. You know, I love seeing Q30 show up, you know, the first time each time so that I can start to see the sense of what every player is going to do. Klotz makes total sense for me. I get that, you know. Other player selections, Kenner makes sense because you can do an early defense with his number one.
Exactly.
Why would somebody choose, like on the last game, Franklin chose Martio, which I thought was a little confusing because Martio's first. Maybe that's helpful. Maybe you could talk through like good player selections here.
Actually, I would prefer Chia to on top. Chia has a strong first also, but I don't see any advantage on Martio or like you.
What? Sorry, who did you say? Chia?
Chia, yes.
Oh, Chia, yeah, totally Chia. I can definitely see that. Pixo looks like that for Stefan, and Doc No Hope's also choosing Klotz. Klotz for two of the players, and then there's a Trini. Trini for Z-Sense. All right, so here we go. Let's see how it plays out.
Pretty standard opening. Oh, Stefan is making an early attack.
Early attack on that middle, going right around him for Z-Sense's bottom village. Really risky. Oh, able to hold on to that top left one. On the right side, Doc No Hope getting sapped with all of his units. No hope there for P Magister able to take it over.
That was a quick game.
Wow.
So quick. Did perfect while stealing the 20 village in the middle. And he didn't stop and wait to make this attack immediately after that. So he gained some acceleration there and took out while his teammate was doing the same. On the other side with Klotz. Klotz has great advantage on this map as well as Trini. Good game.
Yeah, great point. And how often, like whenever you do an attack like that where you're sending most of your units into a building, but your real goal is to go around it to attack like, you know, what your opponent has left empty. Like do you have a specific strategy there? Do you do like 75-25 whenever you attack stuff like that? Or is it always responsive? You wait and see what your opponent's sending at it and then you respond?
I will compare the game against the previous tournaments, tournament mode, which is tier 5. On tier 5, it's more possible because you have more production. When you send and leave 25% of your troops, you will keep producing units and you play smart enough, you can defend. But on tier 3, if you do that, and if your opponent takes the 20 building, he can attack you. Then you won't have any units back in your village, so you will not be able to get protection to defend your village. So risky move, but I don't know. It can work at the same time too.
Yeah,
you shouldn't be panicking while doing that.
Good point. I think it's always so funny to see, like whenever you can see your opponent sending a final snake trail of one unit at a time, and you have, I mean, it's just, at that moment, if they're still attacking one of your villages and your village has 20 units in it. I was just looking at the replay there with P Magister had like 30 units in one village, and he was just getting hit with the string of 1 units at a time. And it's like, all right, well, I know I can just quickly take over both of these villages now because you have nothing left in the tank to defend.
Exactly. Oof, this map. Q32.
Wait for the invite to come through here. But you said which one is it?
Next map will be Q32.
Q32. There we go. Finally got in. Oh gosh. This is such a rough map. This is another really quick map because you just start with units and forges and nothing to do production. All right, talk me through some strategy. Do you think... I have always found this map to be so reactive. I hope that my opponents don't come for me quick. I go back and grab a forge and back and grab another village, and then I start my attacks. Is that wrong? Should I just go for the full frontal assault right away?
This map is a weird map. It has many different openings, but I think this is a good team map.
Yeah.
So if you have like 4 forges, instantly you have all the power on this map, so you can take out your opponent so easily. Even you have production in your village with those power of those 4 forges, it will be easier to capture all the remaining buildings. So here, if your teammate supports you to that while you are taking the forges, you have great chance to win.
Okay, so you think we'll see a lot of opponent or unit swapping, right? A lot of teammates like, here, I'm going to send you 50% of my units, and I'm going to just work on production and make sure you get all the forges then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's something to keep an eye out for. Player selection, Pixo is a perfect option. I've seen Doc No Hope going for Pixo just because of that early, you can use a UFO and kill all these early units. And then Kenner, yeah, this makes sense for me. Do you see Chia being effective here?
I don't think Chia will be effective because there are too many forges.
Look at that. Z-Sense and P Magister going straight for the offense.
Ooh.
Working in their favor so far. Stephenson just quickly stomped out. And Doc No Hope with no units left. Boom. It is exactly like you predicted. Go for those forges early. Combine all of your units and then just take out your remains of what your opponent has left.
Exactly, and Stephenson has missed that building because he didn't have any forges to take that. So the units he sent wasn't enough to take a building because of the missing forges. So the building was more expensive than it should be.
Yeah. Because if he had a forge or 2 still while he was doing that attack, the number of units in there would probably have been equal to the attack power he was sending in. Wow. All right, that's number 2 then.
I think I will have to restart my game because everything seems so slow right now.
Let me just making sure I got the correct things written down here. Z-Sense won that run. Yep, so that's 2-0 for Team Hungary, which means that this is going to be match point whenever they get in here.
Which means it will be in King of the Hill mode.
Yeah, King of the Hill mode for this. Wow, I'm still kind of shocked at Q32. I love how fast that level is. That's honestly, I don't play super often with the same teammate. I do a lot of random 2v2, just to see. I like the luck of the draw when it comes to this game. Like, who am I going to get? Okay, I'll see how we gel whenever we play here. But that is such a level whenever I get a random teammate and play in Q32. I almost always have terrible luck because it takes so much coordination to have a full, like an attack, a really dedicated strategy that when you play on random, you're like, I hope my teammate gets what I'm going for, and in 10 seconds the map's over, and you're like, all right, well, we weren't on the same page at all.
Yes, exactly. My invite is here, by the way.
Okay, let me see.
Final game is about to start.
Cool. Looks like they're hovering over Q1. I think they're going to be their selection.
Yes, but it's.
Sorry, you broke up there. Oh.
You have.
Oh wait, there you are, Barris. You're back. What were you saying a second ago?
I was talking about in King of the Hill mode on this map. You don't have forges. Instead, you have King of the Hill units. So let's see what will happen.
All right, Trini. We're getting a Trini from P Magister. Looks like Steffensen's trying to decide. Doc No Hope sticking with Chia. This is it for Doc No Hope and Steffensen. They need to, or Steffen, they need to pull off a win here. So this is a particularly important selection. And there it is. Z-Sense going for Dora. Trini and Dora, really strong for Q1. Maybe it'll be just as quick as before. Do you think somebody's going to drop a forge on their side before they go for the middle, though? Is this going to make things slower?
Yeah, he already did. Doc No Hope already did.
Already did.
Now there will be a great support. Oof.
Holy cow, this is going to be tight.
He is going to able to.
Wow.
Yes, he's powered. Now he will just pump up morale, and he needs to get back his. Yes.
There it is. Able to hold off on that.
The Hill is sticking for team relators advantage.
Yes, they knew they had that right there. Man, what a good struggle. I gotta say, I prefer this map on King of the Hill mode. Without those middle forges, there's a different dynamic here because it's not as quick. It's a bigger struggle to take all of those center buildings, you know?
Yes, but it was 49 seconds in the end.
Yeah, exactly. How much extra time really is that? Not that much at all. So I guess you're right. Interestingly, though, both teams had the same approach: drop a forge early, head in, and take out the center. But I guess I liked it was more of a tug of war at the beginning. A lot of times when you watch Q1 and there's just the standard opening or the standard forges and then the tower in the middle, whoever starts to sweep it earlier gets to the tower first. It's almost always over. And at least with that map, It was a little bit of a push and pull. I got a couple of these King of the Hill towers. You got a couple, that kind of thing.
That's why I prefer, to be honest, maps like Q30 over Q1. Because on Q30, we have seen all different openings. I mean, they are going to the 10 building, but after that, all the game is different, heroes are different, but here, Q1, there's only one tactic.
Yeah.
And if you do this better than your opponent, you win the game.
Yeah. I gotta say, I kind of hate that about the map. I mean, that's just my opinion, but like I never used to know that tactic until I started watching the cups and getting familiar with pro player tactics. And before, I was perfectly happy on Q1 to open in a really stupid way, like now it's a stupid way. And like, there's something enjoyable of taking your time on a map and like developing it up, and then getting to like a stalemate, and then struggling and finding a way to get through and breaking down your opponent. But when I see everybody do the same opening, I'm like, all right, if I don't do that, I'm screwed. Yeah. But, that's just the way it is. You got to respect the players that came up with these amazing tactics.
Exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Now the score is 2-1.
2-1.
And I got my invitation. And this is one of my favorite maps.
Absolutely.
Tier 5.
Yeah, I totally agree. Q12 is such a good map. This is guaranteed to be a somewhat longer round. I don't think this is going to go in 48 seconds. You know what I mean? Because both teams have to build up both sides of the map, and then we'll see how they take it out. But yeah, this is also King of the Hill mode because it's still technically match point for Team Hungry. Let's see, P Magister starting out though. Actually, this should be Stephenson and Doc. Yeah, P Magister is starting out with his selection. Chose Stella early. And now we see Doc No Hope and Stephenson choosing theirs. Doc going for Kenner. See what Stefan chooses too. I see a lot of Kenners on this map. I see a lot of Krees on this map. Trying to think of other really common selections here. Anything you know of? Oh, did I lose? It's possible Barris dropped off there, his internet. Well, we'll give him a second here. We'll get him back on the. Looks like his internet just dropped down there. All right. Well, we're jumping in here. Doc No Hope going for Kenner. Yep. King of the Hill mode. Let's see what happens. Here we go. P Magister. Look at that. Z-Sense sending all of his units right down there first. Going for the King of the Hill. At the bottom for P Magister. Sending in some early units to try to take that out as fast as possible. P Magister drops the Forge quick. Takes it. Up top, the same thing. Doc No Hope does the same thing. Drops all of his units and steps all of his up. And now it's about expanding as fast as possible. Both teams have one King of the Hill tower each, which gives them a lot of bonus on production. And here comes Doc No Hope with the first attack. He's going right for that bottom village that isn't being targeted by Z-Sense. Strangely enough, P Magister's going up to try to attack it, but Stephenson sees him at the bottom, and he's going to send a sneak attack in P Magister's undefended base. But there's Stella's number 4 to turn all of those troops back to her. P Magister now has a little bit more units, but up top, Z-Sense building there, he's got that. He built that tower really quick right inside of Z-Sense's area, and now he's just supporting it, upgrading, supporting, reinforcing, all of you got. Meanwhile, they've been able to take over 2 King of the Hills on the left side. Doc No Hope and Stephenson there with 2 King of the Hills. And here comes P Magister sending some units up at the same time that Stephenson's sending some down back into his base. Z-Sense finally taking over that top King of the Hill tower in Z-Sense's tower area. They made an attack on the Forge, and P Magister not able to attack it, not able to take it. Z-Sense building his own tower in response up top, trying to go for that tower with a break of Stella 3, gets it, takes it back from Doc No Hope. Doc No Hope still sending some units in, but not going to help it. Wonderful work on defense there from Z-Sense and P Magister. Now with that, both of those towers on the top, you can see he's going to convert that top one back, but man, look at Doc No Hope with this huge attack coming. This perfect like double snake with all of these units, and some of them didn't snake out, but you know what I'm saying. Here comes it. They're going for the King of the Hill tower. Jeez, just barely able to hold on to that, but they are able to take a village out from under Z-Sense. Only a couple units in that they're able to take that back. Doc No Hope knows it. Look at that morale difference. You can see Z-Sense with 3 stars of morale right there. And same P Magister with also 2 stars. Now he's down to 1. But both Doc No Hope and Stephenson. Oh, Stephenson, man, his internet just dropped. You can see on his play he's disconnected at the moment. Whether that's an accident. There he goes. He's come back in. No, he just got dropped. Ooh.
No.
Oh, Barris, you're back. Thank God, man. Good to see you.
Yes. You were commenting so nice that I didn't want to interfere with you, but this is an unfortunate moment because
really
we have all seen the change of the morals. Now it's up to Doc No Hope, and to be honest,
Doc No Hope doing whatever he can to
defend. Of the time, so all he has to do is defend.
Oh, good point. Yeah, since this is King of the Hill mode, we're just waiting on that countdown timer under both players' names. You see he's right under 300. You can see the orange and Z-Sense and P Magister above it. Here comes a big attack by P Magister with no morale coming in here, but using Stella's 3 to break that tower in the bottom, takes it away from him.
But now he's Kenner. If he uses his fort, he can take the tower back. It's that easy.
Yep, and there it is. There's the Kenner 4. Stella 3, Stella 4 in order to convert.
In normal circumstances, that Stella 4 wouldn't work without Claude 2nd. Claude 2nd was
Claude 2nd was so well timed there too. Both these teammates are using everything to their advantage.
Yes.
But they're smartly, Doc No Hope's holding on to what matters here. And now it's just a matter of time before P Magister and Z-Sense just coordinate an attack that's big enough, I think, to take out man.
Here's the attack.
What a risky move.
No. This is not the attack.
Yeah.
This is not the attack, but it will be.
Oh gosh, takes the King of the Hill Tower right from him. Man, spent all
those. Oh, this changes everything because now they're ahead.
They're ahead. Yep, they're gonna start. They've already got ahead right there. P Magister and Z-Sense ahead, and now he can just quickly sweep into the back line there of Doc No-Hope and take out the rest of his buildings. Man, Doc going for that village, such a risky move.
Let's see what will our judge will say, who is Tormos, about this game.
Yeah, looks like we're going to let them decide if they want to rematch. As everybody saw, Stefan got kicked out that match. It was a disconnect. We could all see it. So we're waiting for the judges there to just ping back on if we're going to accept that and move on and just say that, hey, P Magister and Z-Sense, you won this whole round, or if they want to do a replay on it.
Yes. Well,
man, that's so
it
crazy.
Was in total, it was a super game.
It was so good until that dropout, man. It was tight. It was back and forth. At first, I thought for sure Doc No-Hope was going to have that by sweeping in and just edging out a little bit on the bottom.
That morale change.
Definitely.
Also, this is so nice. Although they had the advantage in the end. Okay, we are doing rematch.
Okay, we just got word then. Rematch on that level. Wow. Yeah, score is still there. Just for you guys' record, score is going to still be 2-1, and we'll keep that consistent on stream there so you guys can see that too. But since we are restarting that, it'll be the same conditions we just saw. Same map, same character selection, but the difference is now everybody's seen a little bit of what they can expect from their opponents, right? You can just start to assume what strategies they're going to come out of the gate with, and well, I guess that is what it is.
A new strategy.
Yeah.
Maybe a new strategy. There are many possible strategies on this map. We have seen it on previous tournaments. Let's see what will happen on this one.
I'm just taking a look at chat in the meantime just to see everybody's. Oh, good. Everybody's. Chini, man. Chini, I love you, man. Always fighting for me to get a hoodie. I can always count on you, dude. Speaking of hoodies, don't you have some swag over there you wanted to rub in my face, Barris?
Do you really want this? Because I have something very special. For example, I have the hoodie, but I said everybody has hoodie, but nobody has this t-shirt. I mean, really, this is one special t-shirt which is made only for me.
God, so special.
Lot of the paint on the back, and this is really nice t-shirt.
It is special, man. I'm glad you have that.
Thank you.
Maybe someday I'll be on the Cup Masters team. We'll see. But in the meantime, I got my invite. I think we're waiting. Let's see. We're waiting for Benzo to get on here.
Yes.
Boy. All right. So now knowing what we've just seen, I know you got. You know, this is kind of nice. You got kicked out in the beginning of that match too. Now you can watch it. Now I can watch it. Now. Whoever got kicked out in that last one, Stefan, he can watch this match. But do you think it's going to go largely the same way? Do you think Doc No-Hope and Stefan are going to come out just as strong on the attack and then try to hopefully push? Or do you think they'll wait and not make the same mistake twice?
Let's see. They picked the same heroes again. And this means they might do the same tactic, but to a different building. Not the same building. Yep.
So if we can expect, oh yeah, look at that. Z-Sense is going for the bottom King of the Hill Tower.
A forge and taking that King of the
Same opening as last time, honestly. Same opening with the forge on the bottom, the forge on the top left there for Doc No-Hope and P Magister respectively.
Only difference is Stefan has feeded him.
Look at that. There's the difference. There's the difference up at the top right. Z-Sense. Oh, but he's still able to get it. He knew it was coming, and he was still able to get it. But they take it back.
He should have used his power.
There's still a number 3 to break it. Man, this is...
No.
And now for a different attack.
Ooh.
Wow. Kenner, number 4 there, hit the bomb, but meanwhile on the bottom right side, P Magister having to defend against that forge attack. Doc No-Hope able to take the opposite side tower this round. You see that? Meanwhile, they finally got their second King of the Hill. On the left side, Doc No Hope and Steffson just beefing up, ready for another attack. You can see here comes that first snake out, and he meets it with two more. They're coming in. Looks like they're going to go around. They're going down. What a great misdirection.
No, they are going to the forge. Okay.
Great
now
use of
here
number
comes
two.
another attack to do.
Another attack, taking that second village or tower. And now he's not waiting for anything. He's going for all those villages right at once. Hits him with Kenner's number 1 or Kenner's number 2 right there on that pre-made tower to try to just beef up the defense on it. Z-Sense is really struggling. He's going to have a little bit harder time getting his units out with both those towers defending. So now it's going to come down to P Magister, but Doc No Hope knows it, sends everything in after him. And at this point, it's just a matter of reinforcing those units on your opponent's bases and quickly just taking them out.
They really played so good.
They played great. Man, congratulations, Doc No Hope, Stefan. This is what I was looking forward to, man. Great work. It's a comeback, and we're going for round 5, baby. This is so good.
Yes, we are going to round 5, and this is a comeback from 2-0 to 2-2.
2-2, yeah. Man, did you find it as interesting as I did that? Who was in the top left? Was that? I'm waiting for the replay to pop up on my side. Yeah, Doc No Hope. Did you find it as interesting as I did that Doc No Hope continued with the same strategy of wait for that empty village in Z-Sense's lower left area of the top base, and still hammer it? Like, I thought for sure they were going to patch that weakness. Z-Sense and P Magister were going to patch that.
I was expecting that too. I wasn't expecting him attacking to that village, because if I were him, I would definitely attack to another village to change my strategy. But this is also a good strategy. Not changing the strategy is a good strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure the more they just kept throwing units at it and Z-Sense and P Magister were holding it and taking it back, I thought for sure that it was going to be a fruitless effort, but no, they proved me wrong. Able to hold that, take over a tower, build another tower, and just slowly edge out Z-Sense and P Magister. There's such a risk reward in this game where even if you know you have a deficit in morale, sometimes it's the weirdest thing to explain, but sometimes it makes sense to keep attacking if you know it's just a couple more units it's going to take something over, or if losing those units is going to lead to gaining mana to do a power to help you, and some of those things. Some of those things is so hard to predict, or for new players it's intimidating, because once you attack and you lose something, it's like, you know what, I'm going to back off. I'm not going to try that again.
Okay, I'm getting the invite.
It's hard to know what the
final game, and which will be again on King of the Hill mode.
Q14.
Ooh, I love this map, and everything changes again once more on the King of the Hill mode.
Yeah, really good.
So they will have 2 forges instead of 4 forges.
Okay, and the other 2 are King of the Hills?
Yes, they are. The other 2 are King of the Hills.
And there's all the player selections right there. Pixone Kenner for P Magister and Z-Sense. Meanwhile, Chia and Trini for Steffson, Doc No Hope. This is round 5, so one way or another, we're gonna have our winner here. First round 5 of the day, man. I love it. Just making sure nobody's picked a double character. Yeah, everybody's clear there, and we're ready to go.
Okay.
Z-Sense going for the center. Meanwhile, Steffson's taking the forge on his side. Oh, big attack by Z-Sense real early in the bottom.
Immediately attacking.
And able to defend.
They are able to defend because they played very good teamwork. And Doc No Hope was supporting so good. So, now he made a counter attack. If he can defeat that power.
Wow. Just able to hold on to that Z-Sense. Really good with Kenner's number 1 there to get some extra defense.
Now
both teams
we are going to see a very good final day.
Yeah. This is how you know it's going to last a little longer. Once those first initial waves don't work, it's like, all right, I'm going to upgrade. Let's try again.
Here comes another attack.
Yeah, up top there. They're going right around it.
Ooh.
But that's just going to add for defense there and for some morale gain for Doc No Hope. Meanwhile, big attack with Pixo's number 2 to try to push in for that forge. Not going to make it. Look at the morale difference.
Maybe it was a distraction. Maybe it was a distraction. Now see the morale difference and let's see.
No way they're going to be able to hold that. And that's
now
why
they lost a forge and see, I told you on the previous tournaments he used to support. Now he is attacking.
Yeah, you did. Good call. There he is. They have both, all the forges right now are in the hands of Doc Nohope and Steffson, except for one that P Magister just dropped in order to get a little bit of a sway. But here comes, oh, Chia with the stones. Love it. Chia's stones there. Takes out a pretty strong building that they're using for production.
Even they get back the building. They don't have the same production because once you lose the building, it levels down. So you have to kill more units to upgrade your village or wait for the attack to defend. It's a hardcore, and this was a good game.
This was a good game. Holy cow. Doc Nohope and Stefan, holy cow. Man, you guys came from a 2-0 deficit and worked your way back to win 3 in a row and take this. Congratulations. GG.
Well done.
And that's the first time they will make it to the that's the first time they will make it to the semifinals. So wow, big congratulations to them. And that means they'll go up against Moonshadow and Mr. Kai and the Team Mushroom later once we get to that match. But man, I love that. That's some of the most exciting matches, and we're only in the quarterfinals.
Now I'm getting the other invitation.
I'm gonna wait and restart my game real quick. But okay, just to fill everybody in, we're going into round 3. Round 3, it's gonna be Team Perfectly Balanced versus Team Itak Soyadet. I assume that's a Russian word or a Russian phrase or something, but I'm doing my best here. Itak Soyadet, that's what we're gonna call him.
Let's see. I lost my invitation. Somebody has to invite.
All right, just got the first invite. Looks like Benzo's in here with me. We got a handful of people to still invite. This will be, of course, Q30 on King of the Hill, just like every other match today. I'm still kind of trying to get over that last map. That was so good.
Which heroes are we going to see right now? What do you think?
All right, yeah, let's reframe. Okay, we're definitely seeing Klotz. Without a doubt, there's going to be a Klotz. I'm most interested in Fase and Eclipse's strategy here. In fact, let's just talk a little bit of predictions here. Between both teams, what do you think is going to be the outcome here? Do you think Fase and Eclipse are going to take this no problem? Do you think Igor and Leha Soshi have a chance to defend it and take a couple of these matches, or do you think they'll win
it? To be honest, I have seen Fase and Eclipse how they play with this tournament mode, and they're pretty awesome, both of them. And I know Leha and Igor from previous cups, but I haven't seen them playing together. They are playing for the first time, and I think this is the third time for Fase and Eclipse. For me, in 2v2, having the partners as long as you have is a great plus for your team, because you know each other, how to play together with each other. So they have this advantage other than being good players. I mean, Fase and Eclipse. So I think they have greater chance against them.
Yeah,
against Leha and Igor.
It makes sense, but we're going to go in and see what happens. This is third round from the quarterfinals. Let's see it. Eclipse changed his name to the real Eclipse. All right, I gotta swap what I wrote here. Kenner for Eclipse, Klotz for Fase. Interesting, Leha's going for Chia here.
Eclipse is going directly to 20 building.
Takes it, Fase. Fase ignores it. Now he's got to send everything back.
Fase defended too good.
So well defended.
Fase is taking...
Gonna take over that forge in the top right. Igor coming in trying with some support, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at Eclipse just sending a little bit of a trail of units right there for Fase to use. And here comes Fase with a huge attack up top. Just taking out Igor in one move.
That was a quick one.
That was very quick.
That was a quick one. Eclipse was feeding faster, small with small amounts, so that he kept troops for himself to defend himself, his base. So while Fase had more troops and while Fase was playing close, Fase was able to stop Leha's production. This way, Fase gained morale while defending Leha's attacks, and also he gained more troops from Eclipse. This way, it was so easy to take Leha's base on the following game.
Yeah.
While Eclipse mission was to survive on this one, so Eclipse kept his base while Fase was defeating Leha. This was for their advantages, so that's how they won. Very nice tactic.
Honestly, I didn't even watch too much of what was happening with Eclipse and Igor, because you could tell most of their effort was just in defense or just in supporting what was happening on the left side of the screen. I don't even know if I saw any. I'm watching the replay here. I don't even think I saw any direct attacks from either of those players between Eclipse and Igor to each other. They were just purely supporting the action on the left side.
But Eclipse had more buildings.
Yep, and so his production is obviously just going to be greater right away.
Yes, and Fase can stop the production with close.
Yeah. Wow, quick round one. So obviously that's going to team perfectly balanced there. The second matchup for second round for those guys will go to it'll go to Team Itak. They'll choose the map on this one. I'm waiting for the invite to come through on my side. Yeah, I was looking in chat here. Itak. Somebody wrote in chat that Itak means it's thank you, right? Tak is thank you in a bunch of languages, right?
I don't know what Itak is, but I think it's iTech.
iTech.
Something like that. I don't know. I hear Tak always on Focus streams. Tak, he goes like that. So it must be something related to that.
Okay, good now.
But as far as I know, Tak is something like so in English. So.
Oh. So it's like
I have no idea.
It's like a filler word that you use in between things, or something.
Yes, exactly. I'm getting my invite.
Maybe chat can help us out. I see a couple people offering some suggestions, but I'll wait to see if they know what Soyudet is. Oh, I just got kicked. Let's see if I can get it this time.
I just get that. How fast is it?
There we go. Just finally got in that run. Looks like we're waiting on Tormaz, but yeah, it looks like since this is a selection for Team Tak, they're looking on Q1.
Yes.
Sticking with conquest mode though, so yeah, man, this is a dangerous selection to go with. If you do Q1 against Fase and Eclipse, isn't Fase the one that coined this strategy?
Yes, Fase and Lomi started
right?
this strategy.
Yes, so it's just
then
bold.
Nothing has changed.
It's bold. Yeah, exactly. It's bold for Igor and Leha to be like, yeah, let's take this to the guy that made whatever. You know what? I'm excited to see what happens.
It's all timing.
Yeah.
I think we are going to see
Dora.
Yeah. Yes. There we go.
Fase didn't even wait. He just went Dora.
Trini. They cannot use. Yes, they can. Here comes the Trini.
I assume, yeah, Leha's going to do Dora too. Yep, there it is.
Who is going to attack? I think Eclipse is going to be attacker. On the other team, Igor is going to be attacker.
We're going to see a Chia #1 and a Dora #1. I predict like right away when they start going in. And then if somebody drops a Forge on the left side, we got Trini that's going to stop all that too. And there it is.
Oh, they did. Oh, they missed it. Okay.
Able to take it from Eclipse. But Eclipse. Oh, Eclipse goes right around him, takes those buildings from him. has the whole center to himself. And there's doors number one.
Igor took the King of the Hill tower
Yeah.
by mistake. It was a misclick. And
Misclick.
that cost one tower for Leha, and he panicked for a second at there, so they couldn't synchronize their attacks by attacking the Forge, and Fasse and Eclipse took the advantage of it, and Eclipse take the middle.
So in a situation like this, it looks like Fasse knew he was going to play production because he took all of the buildings on the right side, just focused on that and fed everything into the middle. And Eclipse, because Eclipse is just a mastermind at snaking, it looks like they knew right away he's going to go for the center. He's going to be the one to make sure all those attacks make sense.
Yes, exactly. I'm quickly restarting my game.
All right. I'm watching the replay too. What's also interesting is both, Team Talk, they didn't go for one of the villages in their area. Whether that was a miscommunication or Igor didn't know he was supposed to take that. But I'm just seeing the
maybe
replay
it was a tactic to miss that village and feed after that, but I think he fed a little earlier than expected that Leha couldn't get the both of the towers, King of the Hill towers.
Yeah, good point. All right, well that's 2-0. Perfectly Balanced is now up. This is match point. We could see a clean sweep for these guys going in straight into the semifinals, but we'll see what happens right now.
I got my invite.
Q32, second time we're seeing that today.
Yes.
And maybe again we'll see some of these players have already chosen Kenner. We saw 2 Kenners show up before from Fasse and Igor. So if they are going to choose Kenners, it's going to be for the opposite players, Eclipse and Leha. I always say that wrong. But otherwise,
maybe we can see Pixo.
Ixo, yeah, that's what I was going to say. The other suggestion would be that.
Because you get a tower out of nowhere, Pixo. Do you remember the first time when they released Pixo? His
No, I don't.
UFO was so strong. It was like a level 4 tower. In the middle of nowhere, you get a level 4 tower. That shoots like level 4 tower, and that gives you morale like level 4 tower.
Sure. And you just spam that forever.
It was too much. Yes. There are some replays on the internet from the old times of Pixo, and they're so funny.
I have to see
and
those.
They nerfed Pixo's UFO like level 2 tower or something like that. I don't know the exact coefficient right now, but Pixo was OP once, and he was banned from the tournaments.
Yeah, of course.
Nerfed.
I remember Pixo was banned forever, and I was like, what's going on? Because he'd already been nerfed for a while, but he was still banned. I have to look up some of those replays. If you could find any of those videos, it seems comical enough to try to check out, you know?
For the first time in a 2v2 cup, we are seeing Chia, for example, too.
Yeah.
Chia was nerfed until this time.
Yep. That's why the first time we saw Stones was just not that last game, but the last time we saw Chia during P-Sense and Z-Sense and P-Magister's last game. There it is, 2 Pixos. One for Fasse. And then Chia, looks like Chia for Eclipse, and Trini for Leha.
Let's see. Eclipse is attacking immediately.
Yep, they go straight down.
Supporting him.
Man, they swapped sides immediately.
There's swapping sides so fast.
It's
but
so hard.
Here, Leha was saving some troops.
Yeah, saving all those troops. But wow, Fasse able to just hold off there.
And now Leha has more troops.
And now nobody has production. Holy cow.
Yes.
Those...
Crazy map. I have to see the replay.
Oh my god, I gotta watch a replay. Everybody died because of all of those UFOs.
Yes.
And it was just Fasse left sneaking behind it to take everything out. That's insane.
UFO covers the screen. You cannot see anything behind it. You can use it like that too.
Right. I only recently started thinking about that with like, well, I'm not going to use Pixo's #1 for the purpose of trying to like kill units, but just to cover up buildings so you can't see what's going on in them.
Let's see the replay.
I'm going to watch the replay here.
So, here Eclipse is attacking, and Fase is supporting Eclipse, but
Yep.
Fase support arrives a little late than Loha's Igor's troops, and so Igor is taking the building, and wow, nice teamwork.
That was incredible. That's like one for everybody to watch 100 times and just keep track of the frenetic action, because it came down to like there was no units ever produced in that match. It's fascinating. And nobody started or ended in the same spot. I don't know. I love that. Anyways, all right. So
invite is coming.
Why did the invite come out? Because didn't... Oh, sorry. There we go. Yep. Never mind. I see it now. So that's 2-1. Fase, Eclipse, and Lehasoshi have 1 there. Really great move. We're going. This will be, of course, another King of the Hill match
now,
and another match point.
We have Q3, one of my favorite maps too. And Fase is picking Kenner.
He can't. He's already chose Kenner. Nope, he was Klotz. My mistake. I wrote that down wrong. What was the map?
It's Q3.
Q3. Man, Q3 is one of my favorites.
Yes, me too.
Oh, yeah.
And Trini and Kenner, I think, is the best heroes for this map. But I think Eclipse used Trini before. So he is going to take Pixel, which is also really nice on this map. Also, King of the Hill mode makes the map totally different now.
Totally different, yeah. Because normally you can count on people not going into the middle early because they don't want to get their tower, or they just wait until they drop a forge first. But now with no tower attacking,
look at the snakes that Igor is doing. Look at the snakes that Igor is doing. Wow.
Going right in for it, man. Eclipse going in for defense right there, boosting up Fase's units there, sending him more. Fase's they have 3 out of 4 of those center villages.
Now they have dominated the middle.
Totally.
It will be much easier for them. And as long as Fase has Kenner, he can convert any building to a tower. And Eclipse, let's see, are we going to see a tower or not?
I think he even needs it. He just held on to it because he didn't even want to.
Now Loha failed an attack, but he also has his first 2, and no, they are taking the King of
They're taking the middle. They're just taking their time. I don't think they see any reason to go first. There's Leha with a huge attack, trying to go in and try to take out Eclipse's main base, but something like that, we're going to see some defense kind of boost up. Oh, with the bees to try to take him out, but just perfectly defended. Meanwhile, Fase takes out that building that just sent all the bees out, and Igor's sending all these units to try to re-support it, and it's just going to keep feeding morale.
Fase is attacking, but Igor used his turret so good.
Yeah,
at the same time, Eclipse took the forge of the Loha.
But it's only momentary.
Yes, but
because as soon as everybody unfreezes,
it cost Loha to his first and second, which means he couldn't use his forge ultimate. GG.
Man, good game. That was
really good game.
Man, that shows how strong Fase and Eclipse play together, man. Truly, that was like really great coordination on their part.
The key point was, I think, defend here.
Yep.
Eclipse defended so good that he gained enough morale to make an attack.
I'm totally going to agree with you. Yeah, he defended against that attack, and Leha just had to kind of sit back and try. Or no, it was Igor. Igor was orange. Tried to do it again, and each time he tried, it just wasn't breaking through. So, man.
Congratulations to our friends Fase and Eclipse on the semifinals.
Yep. Congratulations, you guys are making it
perfectly balanced.
That's true. All right, but and good to mention too that thank you to Team Itak. Thank you for guys for playing. Good to see Doc No Hope and or sorry, not Doc Noho, but Igor 123 and Leha Soshi do so well there and kind of give them a good round on that Q32 map. But we're going into round 4 from the quarterfinals. This, of course, is Team Dream Team and Team 1+1. Let's see what happens. Seeing an early Kenner from D. Klotz selection for Shark. Chia's taken D.
Here's a good combination.
Yeah.
So both teams have good combinations. Kenner is strong against Klotz. If somebody picks Klotz, I can pick Kenner against Klotz.
Yeah.
And also Chia has advantage on this map. We will see an interesting game. Let's see.
Okay.
Standard openings. And
Whoa, send us some units stray there from O'Shark.
yes, is he going to be able to keep it? Yes. Now Libon is sending too much units, but meanwhile
O'Shark just take it out.
Yes.
That was such a risky move. Meanwhile, Q211, he's just going to have to support right there for D while they make this, while they clean up this map and take out Deep On.
Now see how dangerous Klotz can be on this one.
Yeah. Just stop all of that production. Klotz is so good on small maps. Or on quick maps too, you know.
GG guys.
Yeah, good game. And we see Q211 dropping a Forge, taking out a King of the Hill Tower just for fun. Why not? We already won, but why not do that? Yeah. Awesome. Man, I love seeing these two play together. Dream Team, both these two guys, I think they're always like, they put on some really impressive matches, and I know they don't often make it too far, like after the quarterfinal rounds, but some of their games from the past have always stuck out to me where I'm like, holy cow, really tight coordination, really good strategy. So this is really exciting to see.
Good team, and they are playing for a long time also. This is their advantage.
Yep.
And you will see on the later games today on this map, we will see 1v1 games. So if both sides takes out their opponent at the same time, it will become a 1v1 game. And at that time, the towers, King of the Hill towers, will be very important.
Oh, really cool. I hope we get to that, because so far it's always just progressed to a 2v1. And at that point, 3/4 of the map is owned by one team. And you're like, all right, well, impossible, you know. All right, so selection's going to go to O'Shark and Deepon. What's their team name? 1v1. Yeah, 1+1. So they're going to have map selection here. Looks like they're sticking with Q1. Always a good choice. And they're doing Conquest. So we will see a quick game here. Make sure make sure you're tuned in. This will go fast. We will probably going to see some Doras here too. In fact, there's the first Dora.
If somebody tries something different, I would be very happy to see that.
I would love that. But
we were trying to figure out a different tactic with Benzo.
Yeah?
Yes. Against some players, it was working, but finally we decided there is no better tactic than this.
I love it. I love your liking.
We gave up. Let's see.
That's so funny. Yeah, the forges in the middle are just so powerful. You would be insane to ignore them.
This is different tactic. Now he has more troops and okay.
Wow.
First time we have seen a different tactic.
Tactic, and O'Shark takes it.
Yes, Deepon didn't go to the other village. By this way, he had much more production. But
their production is so low right now.
Yes, if they fail these attacks. Okay, this was a nice tactic.
That was so good.
So, what was different here? Deepon missed one building, so he didn't lose 10 troops to that building. Instead of, he immediately fed O'Shark, so O'Shark could attack immediately to the tower while the other team was lacking some troops in the forges. And they used it as an advantage because they couldn't take the tower while they couldn't take the tower, they lost their forges plus morale.
Yeah.
Good tactic. I like it.
That was a great one. Have you seen that before?
I don't think so.
No,
it's
don't think
a little risky for me.
Yeah, because
if your attack fails,
right,
you don't have any production.
Yeah, exactly, right. You're like, okay, well, now what? Okay, fascinating. Will we see? Man, I want to watch that replay again in a minute here whenever it pops back up. But just the idea of if somebody else sees that and they're like, oh, you know what? When we get into the semifinals, let's try that out. But or maybe not. Maybe they'll be like, that. We'll stick with the tried and true method. We're not going to bother with that, you know.
It was nice to see. It's always nice to see variations on the maps. This is why, to be honest, I like Tier 5 more than Tier 3. Because it's more forgiving, so you can try more experimental stuff on Tier 5. So openings changing due to those experimental stuff.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this opening works on Tier 5 because you will be having less production and how it works out in the end, because the other team have more production than you, and if they are playing Ken or somebody like Zik, they might have their second to defend.
Yeah.
At that point, they will start to earn morale. It changes everything.
It does, yeah. It's a great point. I'm under the impression, and I guess it's wrong, that like regardless of the tier level, if everybody's set at the same tier level, it should be the same. All the tactics should work the same, but that's not true, right? Like usually tactics, I think, oh, they'll always change because there's variances. If I'm tier 4 and you're tier 5 and we try an opening, well, it doesn't work as well as if we were both tier 5 or something like that. But if we're all tier 3, some of these tactics just won't work because unit production isn't as fast. Your units technically aren't as fast. Your attack isn't as high. Your defense is different. So you just have to reorganize a lot of this, right?
Actually, one simple thing changes. How much troop needed to take the gray buildings is changing.
Really? That's it? Just that one thing?
No, of course.
Right. Everything else.
But it affects all of your openings. So
yeah,
you have to put some delays maybe, or maybe skip some buildings to have same unit production. Not unit production, unit count. So, or everything changes between tiers, so openings are affected by default.
Yeah. That's do you calculate that whenever you send in? I mean, this is just something for my own information, but do you calculate like how many you're going to send in based on what tier you're at? Like, okay, there's 30 units in there, and I know I'm on tier 3, so I have to send blah 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 units. But if I'm tier 5, I have to send blah 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 units.
I do that.
Wow.
The game has started on Q3, and O-Shark did a very risky opening by...
Yeah, O-Shark's going straight in for D's main base.
But they are going to, I think, take... No.
Nah, they got perfect defense there.
Yes.
Whoa, never mind. I saw those units. I thought they were a different color.
No. They defended perfectly. They don't have any unit production. This was too risky.
Too risky. No Shark there is going to suffer from that. CQ211.
Yes. Now,
able to hold off on it though. So now it's just a reset for both D and O Shark, where they both have to regroup.
Look at DI's morale, and if they attack to the same building at the same time, obviously that DI is going to take that building.
Definitely.
Now, look at O-Shark's unit production.
Wow, Q sneaking in from those. Oh, what a great Pixo number 3 to kill all those units he knew were coming in. And take out that build. Really good O-Shark taking out that.
Are we going to see a good comeback here?
Man, I think he should have held off on that secondary attack he just sent down. Meanwhile, Deepon sending his own into the middle of D's base with another cover there from Q. Able to take out a lot of his middle base. Now D is just stuck with his D's gonna lose everything on his main base.
Just finished DI-78, but he was under the cloud.
Ooh, hits it with a counter number 4, takes out that main village over there in O-Shark's building, O-Shark's base. It's funny to see that D is still holding on. I just expected him to not be able to survive that last attack, but there he is pushing out O-Shark a bit. We'll start to see D, though, support everything here as it becomes D versus Q211. Or sorry, D-Pawn versus Q211.
I think Oshark is attacking a little too much, that he had lost so much morale. Look at his morale. He has no morale. And meanwhile, he fed Q211 with a lot of morale. So if he attacks like this, right now he's attacking. Oshark is in trouble. Oh, nice fort. Nice fort.
All these really effective Mardio covers. We're seeing so many of these be thrown down. Meanwhile, D-Pawn has such high production, but none of that morale to boost him.
Exactly. And
I can't believe how well D has lasted.
Yes, he left the base and now. Oh, Oshark.
Gonna be able to hold his Oshark. Oshark's only holding on by a thread here.
D-Pawn.
D-Pawn not able to hold him, so Oshark's out. It's now officially D-Pawn 1 versus 2.
D-Pawn has the building, but okay.
D-Pawn's going for that top
morale.
base
now. Now he's gaining that morale by defending that building. See,
totally.
He has 3 stars morale. And look at Q211. He doesn't have any morale. And D-Pawn has the production right now, and also he has his ultimate, so he can use his ultimate.
Dropping all of these effective Mardio number 2s to stop all these Kenner forges or Kenner towers from doing anything.
He's taking the advantage of having the unit production.
Definitely.
See, in total, both of them doesn't have the same unit production as D-Pawn. Both BI and Q211.
Oh, I think I'm about to get kicked. My game just stopped updating.
There
it goes.
I have seen a glitch too.
Okay, never mind. There it goes. It's working now. These are exceptionally well executed skills by both D and D-Pawn. Like all of these Mardio skills being used at the same time, they're just so well done.
Very well played. And look at okay.
I'm getting word that Q211's game crashed, so there might be a rematch. Taking a look here. D finally taken out. But Q's still in. I'm seeing him send emotes. See if that means anything. Maybe he just called it at the end.
If it's going to be a rematch, do you think are we going to see the same tactic again?
Boy, I imagine no. I think we're going to see just as much cloud covers. We'll see just as much of that kind of diversionary tactic stuff. But I don't think they would come out quite in the same strategy as before. But there it is. For now, we're going to count that as D-Pawn and Oshark winning that map. We'll see if the judges say anything different. I know that everybody saw a little bit of glitches there, but let's check if that was widespread and it requires any sort of restart. All right, they're discussing right now. But in the meantime, I'm just going to take a look back at the replay on the stream there. It's going to pop up for a second. That's that's I think our longest match of the day, Varus, don't you think?
I think yes, it was the longest match of the day. True. We haven't seen anyone hit up to the 6-minute mark yet.
Yeah,
right?
Man.
Okay, I'm getting my invite.
Yeah, me too. I think they're all still discussing what we're going to do with this match. I'm just going to watch the replay real quick here, see who... Well, for sure, if we do a replay here, Oshark is definitely not going to open the same way. That was such an insane way to... I'm just watching his replay. He sent all of his units into to D78's territory, and D was just like, what are you doing, dude? And just dropped Kenner's #1, stopped him, and then Oshark's like...
I have seen this tactic before, once.
I've seen it. I don't know if I've seen it. Wait, was it on?
Was invitational tournament of last year.
Okay.
Focus, and Ash did it to Wu and Lida on the final game on this map. Exactly the same tactic.
That's right.
And they attacked to the Wu, and suddenly Lida was left alone. That was sad.
Yeah, that was game, man.
Yes.
Oh,
but
great memory.
I didn't know it was possible with tier tournament mode. I mean, you have slower troops, which means they are more visible when you are attacking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really... That makes a lot of sense if that would be the case.
Let's see.
Still waiting on a decision here.
The opponent is having some troubles. Are we starting the game?
Rematch. Wow, they're discussing a rematch just because of all the problems everybody experienced with that game. Wow. Okay, well. I see they're queuing up right now in Q3, so let me make sure. Some people seem to be waiting just to see if the decision is going to be final. But yeah, let me try to invite everybody else just in case we're going to go forward with it.
Let's see. I still don't see Depot.
Yeah, me either. So it'll be the same units, same people. Q's going to be like Kenner. Oshark. He's going to play Pixo. Yeah, it's weird. We're not getting Deepon in there. I wonder if there's anything going on. Yeah. Let me just check the chat real quick, see if that's going on. Everybody on Twitch, everybody that's watching.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, looks like everybody got Dream Team. Makes sense. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat right now. It looks like everybody was discussing Dream Team, that their name is a play on there, on the fact that both players' names actually start with D, which is cool. Like, actually, I think their real names start with D. All right, here we go.
Yes. Both of their names are Dima.
Yeah, Dima, yeah. All right, here we go. Restarted everything. Let's pretend like that last part didn't exist. And there we go. Oshark's not doing the same strategy.
Yes, now we see a different opening.
All right. There's the first forge.
Forge from Deepon.
And interesting.
They're waiting each other to attack. Ooh. Oshark's attack. Okay.
Fascinating that Q did not drop a forge before he went for the middle village. I usually never see people do that, but it didn't. It worked in his defense because Oshark didn't go for it.
Yes, and you can do that if you have enough units to center.
Sure, good point.
And now, look at Q's morale. He survived 2 attacks.
He's in such a good position to make an attack, and he did. It takes over a building in Deepon's area. Meanwhile,
yes. It was fantastic. Oshark used his second, but Q used his first. Meanwhile, DI was feeding him. So he didn't lose that building, although he gained a bunch of morale. Now he has the forge. Meanwhile, DI is destroying Deepon's base.
And you can see all of these attacks are always timed for when Martio's number 2 is going to be available for both teams. So now D's sending a unit in. Oh, he doesn't even need it. Yeah, at this point, yeah, they didn't even need it because they'd taken out Deepon and Oshark to such a high degree where they could just afford the unit loss. But wow, really, really different game from the first time we saw that, right?
Exactly. And that morale made it possible to win that easy.
Yeah.
Morale makes the game end faster.
Definitely. That's a fascinating little difference there. Just like, oh, who was it in the bottom left? Somebody, I gotta watch the replay. Oh yeah, Q211 on the bottom left there. Just like you mentioned, able to have 2 successful defends, get his morale up so high, and then just kind of leverage D, giving him enough enough support units to do whatever he wanted, you know?
Exactly. It was a good game.
Yep.
And
this will be, of course, King of the Hill, because this is match point for Team Dream Team. This map selection, of course, will be for Oshark and Deepon. We'll see what they choose on this side.
And for the previous game, I'm looking at the replay again, and Oshark idea was so good, but he didn't execute it too well. His snakes was in pieces, so if it's like that, the troops doesn't hit building at the same time. It's more defendable and it gives huge morale in the end. But it was a good idea. He had enough troops to attack. I'm getting the invite.
Yep, just got the invite there too myself. Man, what is that frame around Oshark's avatar? I don't think I've ever seen that frame.
That frame was, I think, special, and so rare people have that, and I don't know how they get it, but I guess they won it in the previous tournaments on the chat by answering some questions. There was trivia games in the chat.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think they got them from those trivia games.
Gotcha.
Now I'm seeing Q16.
Yep, Q16.
Which is the opening map of the last tournament.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting because we have watched a lot of games on Q16 on last tournament, and it wasn't on tournament mode. Now everything is on tournament mode. Let's see who will pick Kenor and who will pick other heroes, because we will have more different heroes now, but we still have the Kenor from the last cup. We have that Kenor too on this map. Now, I wonder if somebody will pick Kenor, or we will see more like Pixo and Trini combinations. Let's see that.
Pixo makes sense. I could see a Pixo Trini would work well for this too, especially of how important the forge is on this level. I mean, at every level the forge is important, of course, but that one forge that everybody competes for on the right side or on the far left side of their areas. And then with King of the Hill mode, what's changed? Did they get rid of the towers on both sides? Is that right?
With King of the Hill mode, you don't have tower in the middle, but you have a King of the Hill.
Okay.
There. So if you try to attack from your main building, you don't have a tower to shoot and kill your troops to your opponent if you make a rush.
Yeah. Man, no Trinis. But there's Pixo.
Because of the King of the Hill mode.
Yeah.
Now Klotz is available for this map.
Yeah. Klotz is king, man. I've seen so many Klotz today. Holy cow, look at these units going right over for Q211. All for defense for him.
DI sent units to Q211. Meanwhile, Oshark took the forge on his side, but he doesn't have any production.
Yeah, Deepon 2 is also really low on production.
But look at Q's units right now, and he is attacking, and Kenor's first is not ready yet.
But Kenor's, the other Kenor's second is, or sorry, the other
Klotz second.
Klotz second, that's what I was going to say,
And, this game is happening all around. This is not a nice game.
No, this is...
Deepon doesn't have any production, but DI is expanding meanwhile. And DI started to take buildings on Deepon's side. So without production, there is no chance even he takes the forge.
Yeah. DI just sucking everything out of Deepon right now on the left side. Oshark knows it.
And look at Q. Look at Q. Because of the unit that he had in the beginning and survived the attacks, he had the morale too. Units with morale, you just conquer all your side. Good game.
Oh yeah, that was a good game. that was like really well matched in the beginning, but they were just able to do some really strong tactics to hold on, hold some reserve units for a moment like that after there was no possible skill that Oshark or Deepon could use and take over some extra territory.
I like how he fed his teammate.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever. I was really impressed mostly by how Q and D were able to send units to each other. Usually don't see that with just how spread apart they are. But like right away, right away? I'm gonna wait for the replay to jump up for a second. I think it was D in the top right. Is that right?
Yes.
Q was in the top right.
Q.
Q was in the top right, yeah, and right away, Q was getting support units sent in from D, which was just like perfect because there was that tack coming in from Deepon as well. So
he sent some units from that 40 village in front of him, and meanwhile he sent them. He actually took a building in front of Q by mistake. Well, it was nice.
Really well done, guys.
Couldn't defend that building, and well done.
Well done. So that means, of course, just to catch everybody up here, then Q211 and Z78 for Team Dream Team, they're going to progress. Congratulations, you guys. We'll see you, obviously, in the semifinals coming up here. First round for the semifinals is going to come up in a minute. We're going to take a pause and talk through some news coming up for the game. So we're going to hit that, and in a couple minutes, we'll be back to go through the next games. Hello and welcome to the evening news. I'm Chet Portobello, and I, of course, bring the latest from around the mushroom world to you. Our lead story tonight comes straight from the Zillion development team themselves, with updates about Trophy Road and the artifact rebalancing patch. But first, a new way to invite your friends to play Mushroom Wars 2. The introduction of invite codes will give new players a quick boost in their journey. If you're a new Mushroom General and you found out about the game through your favorite streamer, activate their invite code in the game settings and get a one-time prize, either 1 week of premium, 100 gems, 10,000 gold. Invite codes were made to support our content creators, streamers, and young general, meaning players below the 5th profile level. And while the feature is tested during the initial rollout, there will only be a select few codes for designated individuals, but a later update will give everyone their own invite code to use. In fact, you can test this out right now for yourself. If you're watching this video, try out this code and get a pleasant surprise. Back to Trophy Road. This large redefinition of players' seasons, rankings, and rewards is back under development in full force. A lot of progress has been made to date, and new information has become available on what exactly Trophy Road will change and add. As a recap, Trophy Road is a very similar progression path that you would have seen in our events like the Summer event, the Pirate event. Players will have the ability to earn ranked points and unlock rewards like gold, gems, runes, chests, heroes, and even game modes. However, you don't need any tokens to participate. Just earn ranked points by playing normal ranked matches. When Trophy Road is released, the current ranked season will come to an end. That means all players will get season trophies, which are medals based on their leaderboard results. Note too, that ranked points will also be reset. And important, this will be the last season players receive trophies at the end of a season. Starting with Trophy Road, seasons will be more regular and awards will be changed to in-game currencies. In addition, the league system is changing. There will be 19 total leagues. The base league, 3 wooden leagues, 3 iron leagues, 3 silver leagues, 3 golden leagues, 3 diamond leagues, and 3 pro leagues. The biggest difference comes with the new ranked system. Currently, your ranking is a single number that is independent of your hero selection. With Trophy Road, players' ranked position will be the sum of all hero points. For example, say you have Rudo with 100 ranked points, Trini with 200 ranked points, Stella with 0 ranked points, and Kenner with 200 ranked points. Overall ranking would be 500 ranked points. Furthermore, the amount of ranked points players get after a match will be based on your opponent's hero ranking, not their overall ranking, as it is now. Lastly, from the development team this evening, new news on what will change with the artifacts being rebalanced. When this update takes place,
legendary artifacts will be nerfed. While they'll still be very powerful, their effects will be reduced across the board. Rest assured, they will certainly remain more powerful than epic artifacts. Also revealed that some of the underlying calculations on how attack and defense are multiplied will be changed. Both passive skills and artifact coefficients will not multiply other coefficients as they do now. Type and level of building, morale, forge, things like that. Instead, multipliers will be changed to an additional effect. Moving on to community news. Our budget cosplay event has ended, and what an event it was. Our community came through in unbelievable fashion, no pun intended. Not only did they recreate their favorite heroes, but recreated skills, moments from cutscenes, advertisements, even taunts and emojis. A remarkable effort from an amazing group of humans. Thank you to each and every one of you. For your unique efforts, you will receive 1,000 gems. We end this evening with the announcement that the Mushroom Wars Cup team will hold the next 1v1 Cup on October 3rd, with the top 8 players going on to face each other live on stream the following day, October 4th. This is the final open 1v1 Cup of the year, so I encourage all players to sign up, compete, and give it your all to prove that you deserve a spot in the final Cup of the year. Sign up on Battlefy, and you can find that link on the Cup's announcement channel in Discord. And that will do it for us here at the Evening News. I'm Chet Portobello, wishing you the best of luck out on the battlefield. Good night.
folks, welcome back, and thank you for holding on there. We are going to continue on now with our semifinal games. The first games up, just to bring everybody up to speed today, first games up are our champions from the quarterfinal rounds, Team Mushroom versus Team, I got to refresh my mind. What's the name of the Team Rollator. Rollator, yeah, there we go. Yes. Thank you. All right, so we're going to see what these guys play out for us. We're joining in right now. I think we're going to see what the guys all choose.
Now we will see probably different openings.
That's what I was hoping for, just to see if anybody does change it up at this point.
This map is a little difficult to commentate because players are doing tactics at the same time. If they're attacking at the same time, if right side is attacking and left side is attacking, conclusion could be a 1v1 game. And I think we will going to see some 1v1 games on this map today.
Yeah. You mentioned that earlier as a very a big possibility.
Yes.
I'm waiting to see that happen because I just still think that most of these games we're going to see on Q30 are going to go to not to a 1v1, but just still wait until one person makes a slip up, and if that one person slips up, it's 2v1, and then at that point, boy, you're done,
But what if two people slips up at the same time? Think of this.
Good point. Yeah. If you could get two people to slip up, then then we're gonna see some 1v1s. I hope.
Now we are in the game.
Here we go. Moonshadow with Kenner, Mr. Kai with Klotz. Meanwhile, Klotz for Doc No Hope and Pixel
is attacking directly to Moonshadow, and
goes
Moonshadow
right
is
around
defending that attack too well, but at the same time, Moonshadow had time to gain some troops, but look, now, because of the morale, Moonshadow is still in that village.
Still in it all. Meanwhile, on the right side, Stepson basically has everything. Pushed Mr. Kai just up to the top right.
Now,
this is what
you are saying. Yes.
This is what you predicted. This is going to come down to a 1v1 because both of their cohorts have nothing to help with.
Now Moonshadow has huge advantage because of the unit production.
Moonshadow taking out Doc No Hope.
Doc No Hope chose to send his remaining troops to Stephenson, and this way he will start expanding. But look at Moonshadow's morale, and now he is going to one of the King of the Hill Towers, and he has gone with enough units. Now he lost it, and even Mr. Kai come back.
Yeah, Mr. Kai has a little bit of an opportunity there.
Yeah, I told you that King of the Hill Towers will make use at some point today.
Yep. And I think it all comes down to if you have enough time. Moonshadow had enough time there to build a forge and kind of wait and play it out. The truth is, I don't even know if he would have needed that because of just how further advanced his production was at that point in the game. Maybe the forge was ultimately the most beneficial because obviously on the right side there.
But don't forget, he took a building which had 50 units inside, and that forge gives him a huge advantage while taking that building.
True. Yeah.
And if the game was going to be a 1v1, that building produces at the same time huge, level 5 village.
Yeah.
So unit production, he had morale and he upgraded. While upgrading, you get a little bit more morale too. So he was sure before doing that attack, and he is going to keep that King of the Hill Tower, because what here Stepson did was he turned one of the villages into a forge and attacked to that King of the Hill.
Yeah.
So if Moonshadow didn't have a forge, he might have lost it because of the power of the forge, and he will be losing eventually 50 more units in the King of the Hill Tower.
Good point. Well, okay, so obviously that's the first win goes to Team Mushroom. I'm just going to jump in chat right here while they queue up for the second round. And we got a question directly for you, Barris. Everybody wants to know, Team Rocket, why are you guys streaming instead of playing today? What's going on?
Isn't it enough to win a tournament 2 times in a row?
Yeah, come on.
We are already on the finals. Okay, the reason is I personally didn't prefer to play on tournament mode. As much as I love tournament mode, but I'm so used to play in tier 5. And this tournament mode means more dedication and more time to learn all the maps once more.
Oh, interesting.
Because, for example, I was doing some calculations while attacking and defending. That basically doesn't work, which opening doesn't work. So for myself, I can say that I didn't prepare that well for this tournament. But nobody knows what will happen on the following tournaments. So we will see, but I wish if this tournament mode was made for fun, tiers should be adjustable, so we could have this tournament will be on tier 5 and this tournament will be on tier 3, so that would create more variations on the secondary results.
Hey man, that makes sense to me. I just didn't have enough time to prepare to the new setup with tournament mode. Even though you respect it, I get it, and I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. But you think come the final Cup of the Year, where you guys are pretty much guaranteed to be in there, you'll have enough time to prepare by then?
Of course.
All right, well, I'll look forward to seeing you play on that. I'm making sure everybody gets an invite here. Make sure you see one on your side, Barris.
I am online in the game. Can you see me online?
Let me double check.
Okay, I'm restarting the game.
Okay.
Oh, there's a problem. And putting iPad to charge.
It's very gracious of you guys take off this time. But interesting. Did you expect Benzo to potentially play with somebody else during this tournament, or you guys have a blood pact that you guys will not be partnered with anybody else except for each other?
It's a blood pact.
He says with a straight face, it's a blood pact.
Yes, it's very serious. No, he was, for example, of course we can play with other players, but right now our expertise in playing 2v2 is different approach than the other teams. So we played together for such a long time, so which makes us more in sync than the other teams.
Yeah.
It was good to predict Benzo's moves in tier 5, but I have to learn my moves, which attack will take and which move will defend me better than the other first. Then I can know how to play with new tournament mode.
Absolutely.
This is all fun, but it needs commitment and time. I can tell that, and I didn't have that much time for tournament mode.
Totally understandable. I love how dedicated you guys are to, like, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it right. And I'm like very much the opposite. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Oh, failed. Okay, great. But like, it's great to see like the kind of dedication that you guys have, where you're like, I want to put the time in. I want to learn this. I want to make sure me and my partners study each other's tactics. We develop the right ways to go forward. Like that's really cool. And I appreciate you hearing a little bit more about your guys' planning out on that stuff.
Thank you so much. We always try to make it more fun for each of us, because practicing with someone on voice for the last month of the cup, before the cup. Okay.
Yeah.
Doc No Hope is supporting.
Yeah, Doc No Hope doing all support. Moonshadow trying to defend as well as he can, pushing everything in there. That's Stefan.
Now Mr. Kai has production.
Mr. Kai is the only one with production.
Yes.
And 2 forges to back him up. It's going to be nothing there that Moonshadow can do. Oh, sorry, they're on the 16th course. Right, they got it.
This map is 20-second map. Really, literally 20-second map.
20-second map, nothing, yep. Wow, well done. That was so quick. I'm going to wait for the replay to come back up just so I can double check exactly where Doc No Hope took a wrong step. They clearly were trying to do a tactic where they were combining efforts there. I just want to double check whenever that comes back up so I can watch it.
So feeding is important on this map, your teammate. if he has more than 3 forges.
Yeah. Right off the bat, Doc No Hope gave all of his units up, and so he was out immediately. And then it was just 2v1 for Stephenson to try to defend against Mr. Kai and Moonshadow. I don't know. Do you think that's an effective strategy? Wouldn't you want a little bit of reserve there for one teammate to not just give everything up, but like hold on to some forges, reserve some units to just defend against the other team from taking literally everything on the map?
Actually, that's a tactic, but there is another tactic, and you can reserve some troops for attacking.
Okay.
So, if the opponent on your opposite, by the way, I'm restarting the game because I'm stuck in the black screen. If your opponent attacks you with all his forces, which means his forge is empty, so you can go and take that forge. Meanwhile, you can send a little troop to the middle. If your teammate attacks to the middle, you will be just supporting him with your troops. If you arrive just in time, I mean, your teammate should be arriving a little before than you can support it directly. This gives huge morale to your teammate, which ends with more forges and more morale.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's going to happen, but the game is not loading on my side.
Oh, I haven't gotten an invite, so you're not behind or anything right now. We're still waiting for everybody to queue up. Nope, I'm not in yet, so I can't send an invite to you either. So we'll just keep waiting here until they queue up. Okay, so here's another tactic that we haven't really discussed on these on the streams yet, but you know, the player pool and the map pool are somewhat new additions to the cup. We've added them this year, right? You know, last year cup you was just an open selection. There was just rules like you can't double up or things like that. With the map pool, there's so much of a strategy of like, hey, let's make sure we flood the map pool selection with small maps. Or, you know what, conversely, let's flood it with larger maps. And since every team only has a set number of selections, you do have the ability for variance there. You know, every single team can choose their own section. So if one team really focuses on like a Q3, which is a longer map, or Q12 or something that's a longer map. But today, for instance, Q32, Q30, these are quick maps. And so there's this strategy behind it where it's like, no, you know what? We really like small maps. We don't care about making games go to 2-3 minutes. Let's just only focus on, if we're going to get in here, we're going to choose the fastest maps possible and knock out your teammates. Is that something that you see people focus on? Or is it just like you learn everything and then just hope for whatever comes up to do well on?
Actually, picking small maps is always risky because you make an opening which is seen by the other opponents in the tournament at the first place, if you play the first game. So they have enough time to create new strategies for you until they make it.
That's true.
It's a risk move, and it ends up like, now we are going to see Q1 again, and it will end up with which strategy we already know. And are we seeing a different hero? No, we are seeing Dora, Chia, and Trini again.
Yeah, Dora, Trini. Always.
It a little kills the variation to have small maps like this. If I was picking the maps, I never prefer small ones because bigger ones are more fun to play.
Totally.
Let's see what will happen now.
All right, let's see who's going to drop the forge. Looks like Doc No Hope's dropping it up top. Both players on the top are dropping it.
And Mr. Kai is feeding.
Get ready for Dora's number ones.
Stefan is attacking earlier, and he froze Moonshadow's forge, and now he has the King of the Hill Tower of Moonshadow. Now they have the advantage.
They have the advantage right there.
Good game, guys.
Good game.
Well done. Well done.
So quick.
He executed so well this time.
Yep. Chia's number one is so effective there, and both teams used Chia's number one, so it canceled itself out. So what was the advantage there? Since those cancel each other out, what pushed Doc No Hope to be able to take that over?
Mr. Kai's troops at first arrived a little late, and Stefan used his first while attacking Moonshadow. Moonshadow couldn't use his first. or Trini couldn't use this first while they were
okay.
attacking. Moonshadow's Forge was frozen.
Oh, I didn't even see that there was a frozen. Chini used the number 1 in order to do that.
Trini used number 1, yes.
Okay. Well, that means that went to Moonshadow, Mr. Kai, and sorry, that went to Doc No Hope. So that means that we're going to round 4 for this pairing here.
Yes.
So it'll still be King of the Hill mode. It'll still be a match point, but we have an option here for Stephenson and Doc No Hope to really do what they did in the quarterfinal round, which was come back from a 2-0 deficit and work their way back into victory.
Let's see.
Let's
I
see,
have seen that before. Moonshadow did it against us. He was 2-0, then his team was 2-2 against us, and it makes you nervous because this is Moonshadow.
Right.
Know it. And Mr. Kai.
You guys,
that
happened, right?
Good.
It was 2-0.
Yes, 2 times.
And then they won 2, and then you guys won the 5th round, right?
Yes, it happened in the first tournament, we won. It happened in the second tournament, we won too.
I didn't realize that it happened twice in a row.
Yes.
So was it always the same? You guys won 2, then Moonshadow won 2, and then you won the last one both? Oh wow! I have to go back and look at the records. I didn't know that. So what's going on? You and Benzo, I assume, are on voice chat during games, right?
Yes.
And so, are you freaking out on the game 5? Are you like, dude, what? Oh my god! Or are you like calm?
I'm the one freaking out, and Benzo is the one who is calm. Dude, calm down. we have this.
Yeah.
But if we are playing serious, there is really a small talk. For example, building forge, attacking, this building, and this small, no extra talk, and it usually works because we used to play without talking for I don't know how many months, but for a long time. So we got used to watch each other games.
I see.
Rather than talking. So if we are making a bold decision, for example, if we are attacking an unexpected building, we decide that building and we just adjust our timings to make our troops arrive together at that building. So this is a double attack.
Yeah.
If you attack to a player with together, you have great advantage on tier 5.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, tier 5 makes sense for that kind of thing.
Yes.
How do you, if you need to tell Benzo to do something, besides normal strategies, you guys already have built up this understanding of how each other plays, right? If you know the map really well, you already kind of can expect what somebody's going to do. What do you do if you're like, no, actually, I'm going to do a bold thing, send all of your units to, how do you quickly tell somebody to do like a crazy strategy like that without having it to take too long over voice?
To be honest, we do the strategies before starting the game.
Mm-hmm.
If something goes unexpected and that strategy doesn't work out and another strategy is working out, for example, if Benzo needs some ability from me, he just says, keep your third, or your third, he says, and if I have it, I use it. If I don't have it, I keep it for him. So.
Yeah. Sorry, we're looking at, there's a lag right now, everybody on the game. We're looking, so it's going to take a little bit of time here to get everybody queued up for this. So 100% server overload saying from the dev team. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Benzo, or Paris. God, Paris, continue what you were saying about Benzo.
No problem.
Yeah.
People are mixing our names because they are both starting with B and 5 letters. And
yeah.
We are playing in the same team.
Yeah, makes sense. But you were just saying, you guys develop strategies ahead of time, then you start the match, and if it doesn't execute, you kind of, do you just bend along the will of what you see the other person doing, or do you wait?
For example, this happens if Benzo says that he's attacking, I can say, look at your morale, and he cancels that attack. Or if he says I'm attacking, I say which building, and I try to do something which supports his attack or another attack to another part. So
Yeah.
I'm just giving up our all strategies. No, this is how we play as a team. We just move together, and we are just aware of what he is doing, and he is aware of what I am doing.
Yeah. That makes
so it makes it easier for us to play together.
I can imagine there's probably have there been times where you've like ended a game and he was like, I never expected that. I can't even imagine that, because you guys have been playing so long together that your strategies are so ingrained that if you would have to do something pretty crazy for a teammate that you've been playing with for so long to be like, what were you thinking, you know?
That's nice. Oh, I'm getting the invite.
I got a bunch, but none of them are working. I'm gonna wait and see if any of these load up.
Let's see. Maybe mine works. But...
There we go.
Oh, I'm kicked. I'm accepting the other invite.
Well, it looks like they're queuing up for Q12. I'm just gonna see if that sticks while everybody's still added in here. Did you need me to send an invite to you?
No, I mean.
You got it? Okay.
Okay, this map. Moon Shadow and Mr. Kai had a really different opening. Like, Moon Shadow was capturing all the buildings to build up that mana and that to troop everything, and we could able to encounter it on the first tournament, and it was rushing with tier 5. But now I tried that tactic. It doesn't work. What happens if Moon Shadow does that same tactic? I think you should be able to do the same tactic to encounter it, because Moon Shadow mana will fill up quicker than yours, which is he will have his third or fourth ability just way quicker than you, because of the extra towers, extra villages and upgrading, which means he will have extra morale than you.
Yeah.
You have to prevent this attack before he does that. So let's see which hero who will pick.
Looks like we're still waiting for Benzo to get in here. Let's see if anybody's invited him. Okay, he must be getting online. I just don't see him. Okay. I do enjoy particularly seeing this map, and I remember there's been a number of times that I mean, just from my memory, you guys have played against Team Mushroom on this map.
Yes.
And they've been nail biters, man. They've gone back and forth almost to the 6-minute mark.
No, it was against Fast and Eclipse.
Oh, it was Fast and Eclipse that it went that long. Yeah, you're right.
It was the final game. Game of the first tournament. And on this map against Moon Shadow, it was like 38-second game or something like that.
Oh man, they're totally different then. All right, cool. Looks like we finally got everybody in. I'm seeing most folks hit accept, so we're gonna finally get this map going.
Let's see.
Yeah, there we go. Man. Moon Shadow making the first selection, going with Stella.
Have you seen that? Was it King of the Hill mode? Or...
I have to assume they selected it. Yeah, if they really forgot that, that would be terrible.
Yes, we have a little long waiting times today.
And then, okay. Well, we finally got a. Oh wait, we had Martio earlier. I thought that was.
Yes.
Okay, so again, this is game point or match point. If Team Mushroom can take this, let's see what happens.
Dr. No Hope is going directly to only one building, so he will convert it to a forge and take the domination tower, King of the tower in front of him.
He gets it early. Here comes an attack from Mr. Kai.
Mr. Kai is not attacking, but he's just trying to
going for the forge.
Yes,
just going for mana.
Mana, yes, exactly. And now, both.
Look at Mr. Kai with nothing going on, man.
Moonshadow has everything.
Mr. Kai's got he's got one building, he's just got to feed.
Attacking. Yeah. Martio is defending, preventing Kenor's first and second.
Moonshadow's got all of his abilities up right now. They're just dropping the 4. I'm just going to start dropping the number 3, the shield break, in order to take over that tower.
No,
now it's just going to support that as best he can. Might lose it to this attack.
This is nice because Doc No Hope didn't use his fort as Kenor.
Yeah,
which
he
means
didn't need it.
He saved it for attacking. Now we will see an attack from Doc No Hope probably, and he will use his fort, but we shouldn't forget that also Stella has his ultimate too, which is converting units. So, and also his second, he can prevent Kenor using his fort.
That's great.
Let's see what will happen.
Here comes a push in by Moonshadow, but yeah, just expect it. Oh,
Yes,
oh boy, lots of stuff just happened there. Chia dropping the number 4, the Sandstorm.
I think they lost the building, but they lost. There are too many units. I don't know what will happen after this storm is.
Yeah. Storm dispels. Here comes everybody.
Look at Doc No Hope's morale. Look at Doc No Hope's morale.
This guy's so much driving on this. He could make an attack right now, but he got to be really quick. He's going right for the back for Mr. Kai.
He's going to the main. And Mr. Kai has no...
hits him with Stella's number 4 in order to convert those units. Mr. Kai now sitting pretty with lots of units, but
Doc
probably going
to... has still more morale. He still
has more, yep.
Moonshadow is attacking at the same time. Now, his power will not...
Drops a cloud coming in for Doc No Hope's main base. Takes the forge easily.
He took the forge and he has way too many units in the forge. But Kenor has fort ready.
Another Sandstorm. Just to stop Stefan from sending anything over.
Yes, Doc No Hope.
Doc No Hope's going to waste.
Doc No Hope, yes, I was. At least I would try to use my fort as Kenor. And now Moonshadow is just attacking.
Takes it.
Takes it, and he has the morale. He has the morale, but don't forget, Doc No Hope and Stefan has the time advantage right now. This is King of the Hill.
There's the big push to take Stefan out. So now Moonshadow has the entire bottom of the map.
He has everything.
And he's going to take those last King of the Hill towers. That's it. Man, really effective use of all those skills. Going back and forth like that. So many good covers from Martio. Mr. Kai just spending the whole time really just focusing on like getting his mana up. He's feeding as much as he can to just keep regenerating so he can drop a number 4 if he needed it.
This can be also possible that Mr. Kai is telling, okay, he's coming this way to this building, use this spot.
Yeah.
While Moonshadow was attacking in the front, Mr. Kai can be the eye on the back and telling Moonshadow which building to protect if they attack on their backside.
That's a really smart move.
Yes, if they are doing this like this, because they are on voice, why not? So they have a great advantage by playing this tactic, and meanwhile, Mr. Kai is filling his spells, abilities all the time and using them, spamming them. So this is nice.
Yeah, that's really great because I never thought of that, but really if you take this approach where Mr. Kai did, I only have one building. I'm going to do nothing but call tactics for this whole match because really it's just building up around. Really good stuff.
But they're on finals right now.
Yeah, they're finals. So congratulations to Team Mushroom. You guys obviously have made it again to our final matchups. And big shout out to Team Rolator, Doc No Hope and Stefan for making it that far. Really good matches for you both. Been a pleasure to watch you guys play through not only the last round, but not only this round, but the quarterfinal matches too. And we'll see you guys, of course, on the 3rd and 4th place match, which will come up after we get through the next rounds of the semifinals. But
We will see them on the third place match.
Yeah, exactly. So we will jump into our next pairing here. I'm just going to make some notes real quick. Team Perfectly Balanced, they're going to make it on, and then this is going to be the big one from Team Perfectly Balanced versus Team Dream Team, which will be a great match for us all to watch.
It's hard to say.
Yeah. Let me write this down real quick so I can keep track. Maybe while we're still waiting for these matches to get mixed or to everybody get added in here, any early predictions? I mean, it's so easy to say that Fascinating Eclipse, who just really came out of the gate so strong and are such strong competitors, do you see Q211 and D78 having actually, you know what? Hold this question. We're going to transition in. Let's see what happens on those last semifinal games, guys.
Exactly.
So while we get this up for Q30 match, some of the similar openings here, do you have any predictions? Will this be more tightly raced, or do you think we'll also see Perfectly Balanced be able to come through here pretty easily?
Let's see how their opening will work. Maybe this game can be Team Dream Team. Dream.
Klotz again for Fosse. Eclipse also going Kenner. This is the same opening they did before, which makes sense.
And they're fighting for the 20. DI78 has Fosse's side, and
Q just took out Eclipse.
Yes.
And DI just took out Fosse.
Fosse, yes. I told you.
Wow.
Good prediction.
You know what's crazy is I was writing down the character selection because everything was so quick there. We were a little bit slow.
Let's see the play.
By the time I looked up, it was over.
I could be able to follow only the side on Fosse and DI78, and they attacked to the same 20 unit building, but Fosse's troops arrived earlier. As I said, this way DI was able to steal that building from Fosse, and after that DI attacked to Fosse's, one of the Fosse's building, and I couldn't watch the right side of the map, so I will see it on the replay right now. Let's see.
Yeah. I was watching I was watching the right side while you were watching the left, so it's and it was pretty much a similar tactic there. But let's see, here it goes.
Look, they are going. Eclipse is arriving earlier.
Yep.
To the 20 building. And
it's the same thing on both sides, man.
This is one of the Kennor's curses. If you use your first, you don't have any production on small maps. So if he had the 20 building, Kennor's first would make sense, but GG, good game.
Good game, man. All right, so that's first game going to Dream Team, the Teamas. Yeah, God. So we're going to them for the first round. Second round, obviously, the map selection is going to be Eclipse and Fosse. Looks like they're sticking with Q3 for this. Last time we played
this
Q3.
Map is fun map.
Yeah, when we saw Q3 with them before, Fosse went Kenner, and Eclipse went Pixo, just to kind of give everybody a refresher what we saw earlier today with these guys. Let's see. They have played on this as well, D and Q, and they likewise Q went Kenner, D went Martio. So we might see the same character selections we saw in the quarterfinal rounds with these guys, or maybe the other interesting tactic that's new for this cup specifically is an actual defined character selection pattern. You guys may notice this, but once we get past this screen right here and we see all the people select the map and choose it. When we get to the character selection screen, the way it works is the person furthest to the left will choose their character first. They lock it in. Then the opposing team chooses both of their characters, and then the second player from team one, or rather the second player in on the left, they will choose theirs. So it prevents some of the back and forth player mixing and matching. Oh, I saw my teammates using Kenner. Well, I'm going to use Stella. Oh, well, they chose Stella. Okay, well, I'm going to choose blah, blah, blah. Like it stops that. It's more of a defined pattern for selections. But you know, so when I make predictions like, oh, we saw them do these characters on this map last time, maybe we'll see them do it again. It's hard to say because now that you have the psychological element of watching your opponent select certain characters, then there's that whole element of, oh, well, I would definitely not choose this person now, regardless of what I chose last time, you know?
I think this is a good call because I remember when we were picking heroes with Benzo, there was going like 2 minutes back and forth that opponent changes the hero due to which hero we pick, and we change it immediately to other hero because there is one hero can encounter the other hero better than the others, and so we were doing that. But now you have to be smart, first, second, third, and fourth, and I like this.
Yeah, I think I appreciate this change too. It's a little bit harder to coordinate, but I think it makes a lot of sense. All right, D's sticking with Trini.
And for this map, Kenor and Trini combination is very nice, and Eclipse is going with Dora.
So as opposed to last time, but this is just, you know, small note. He chose Pixel last time they did this pairing, and now he's choosing Dora instead.
Again, this is in King of the Hill mode, so
no tower in the middle.
Let's see what will happen because there are right now lots of opportunities, and for example, you can go to the middle building if you are brave enough to leave your base with little units and take some units in the middle building.
There goes Clips dropping a forge.
You can steal your opponent's building.
Q moving in.
Q moving in early.
Not gonna have any luck there with that Kenner number one.
Now they are locked. And now Eclipse is attacking. But Kenner second is preventing that.
Wow, stops him with 1 unit left in that forge.
Yes, it was amazing.
Fase really has a bonus right now on that morale from that early defense he did against Q's attacks. And there he goes, dropping a forge. He's going to capitalize on it, going for the middle.
King of the Hill.
Eclipse.
Now Eclipse has his third ready. So if Kenor tries to use his fourth out, Eclipse can use his third to defend against Kenor's fourth.
Yep.
And let's check the morals and look at Fase's morale. He has 2-star morale.
2-star morale.
He should be attacking, or he can keep the King of the Hill. But I don't know if the 6 minutes rule will be enough for them.
I don't think they're going to get to it.
King of the Hill.
I think they're just waiting for a good opportunity. He was waiting for Kenor's number 4. He gets it, drops it right on top of Q's village there. Here comes the support in for it.
Yes. It could have been prevented with this move, but Q didn't send that much truth because he knows that Eclipse could also attack while he was doing that. But now,
smart defense. Here comes Trini's number 4. Why are they not dropping it? Well, I guess they didn't need it. That was pretty effective for Q to only use the number 1 and 2 right there.
At the same time, Eclipse froze the morale, so he defended so good, but he didn't get any morale. Look at his morale now.
Good point.
Yep. And it was probably bait from Fase. Now he's attacking, and Fase is defending. Now look at the morale change. Now Fase is back to 3 or 4 stars morale, and Q is none. And Eclipse prevented that Kenor's forward with Magma. Beautifully.
Yeah, very good. And here comes a big attack from Fase. Pushing all in.
Oh, look at that, Kenor's second.
Holy
look at
cow! The amount of units Kenor's second just killed was incredible. And
there was also tornado.
Yeah.
There was tornado.
Also taking out his teammates. Bottom right, meanwhile.
Meanwhile, Eclipse is freezing the morale, so this is Eclipse is controlling the morale whole game. So Fase maybe failed some attacks, but he didn't lose any morale, which makes it more stronger on the second attack. Meanwhile, Eclipse was attacking to the DI-78 on the other hand, so they didn't left it for luck and they played very well.
Man, great call. Holy cow! Congratulations there, Team Perfectly Balanced, guys. That was a perfect answer for the first round going to the other guys, the other team, Dream Team. But you're totally right. Using Dora's number 2 so effectively to keep boosting Fase's morale at good moments like that. So smart.
He was just controlling the morale whole the game.
Mm-hmm.
Even Fase was attacking. Maybe Fase knew that he was going to use his second or so. So making Kenor use his first and second prevents Kenor using his fourth. Maybe it was a bait for Q211 to use those. And meanwhile, Eclipse was using only his second and freezing the morale. So
yeah,
Fase was not losing in the end. And after having a tower while he was attacking back, he got all the morale up to 4 stars, 3 stars, and Q didn't have any morale. After that, it was a good game.
Really well done, guys. All right.
I missed the side on the Eclipse, but Eclipse was attacking at the same time because in the end, he was taking all of the DI-78 villages too.
It was weird, though. Yeah, there was that one huge moment where both Eclipse and Fase were going in for Q's base, right? And then he stopped him with the Kenner 1 and 2, and Dees dropped a Trini number 4, the Tornado, in order to defend against it. But at the same time, D also, or was it D? Yeah, D also sent all of these units up to reinforce Q's base, and that's all Eclipse needed to see. He lost all those units, but he still had enough in reserve from that middle tower, from a couple of those middle bases, to be like, okay, you're totally empty, and you forgot that I'm just been waiting for a moment like this, and then quickly pounced and took out D. It was just
yes.
There's a wonderful tactic in this game where it's like your opponent gets really used to you not attacking them if you're just playing the support role, and then just like when you start to realize they're forgetting about you, you're like, okay, now I'm gonna attack.
I love it when the game takes this long. To be honest, this is nice to watch, and now I'm watching the replay, seeing how morale changes the speed of the troops.
Totally.
Nice games.
Yeah, this is it's good to see the.
By the way, I have to tell this that I said that there is going to be third place match, but I think we are not going to able to see it on stream today.
Yeah.
Because of the loading times, I got my invite, by the way.
Yep.
So after the semifinals, we will just skip to the final game.
So we won't be doing that on the match. It'll still be played, of course. We'll just announce everything on Discord for you guys to know.
Yes. Oh, I'm kicked.
Yeah, I have not got an invite yet, but I assume it's coming. This is going to be round 3. No match point yet. They can choose whatever round, or they can choose whatever mode they want to play on. But 1-1. I like to see this, especially in this time in the semifinals. You know. Map selection will go to, obviously it's going to go to Dream Team. I'm just going to look back at the records here. Last time Dream Team lost, they chose Q3, but they won that game, and they just lost Q3 right here. So, I don't know. The only other examples we can see of what Dream Team did really well was Q16 from earlier today. Obviously, they're well versatile players, and they've been playing together forever, so I think they'll have some set strategies on each one of these. But as far as just examples from today, Q16 is what I would imagine we might see.
Q16 is a good map to go.
But wow, they're going
invite.
They're going Q32.
Totally Q32?
Totally different.
Okay, my game is loading right now.
I see you get in right there. So Eclipse and Fase did lose on Q32 last round against who was that? Team Etok.
Yes.
We'll see. I mean, I have to imagine that was somewhat of that was such a frenetic game that I don't blame them. I don't think they're unskilled at this level by any means. But it's funny that Q211 and D are just like, no. Q32. That's what we want. Like, it's bold, you know. I unless you have a really set strategy here, which maybe they do. Maybe this was their map selection when it came to the pool. So I'm excited to see.
Possible, but this is really now we are going to see 42-42 game.
Yeah.
But this is not even King of the Hill mode.
Yeah, it's just regular.
Regular one.
2 Trinis, we got a Chia. Oh, and a Pixo. Yep, Pixo, of course. We're going to see lots of frozen morales.
If you ask me, I would prefer Pixo over Chia on this map.
Yeah, agreed. Eclipse going straight for D211. Okay, get a little bit of reinforcement there. Man, it's so quick.
This was a quick one, and
Fase still in.
But the Fase is running low on troops, and they have no production. They just have to save their troops.
He's got 3 units, 3 against 7.
Yes.
It's just nothing.
But it's not 3 against 7.
It's really not, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so those 7 units actually acts like maybe 14 units. He has 4 forges.
Yep.
And
I know. And since he doesn't have Pixo's number 1, it's just nothing you can do against it.
Yes. And now
just waiting.
Okay.
Froze it. Oh god, he sends them out. What are you planning on?
They will not be able to take level 1 building.
It's not
because they are not actual. See?
Yep.
The percentage coefficient on attack and defense changes everything.
Yep. Especially with the number of forges you have. You can see he even took that last one, but ended it with 0. So it was just a neutral building. Like.
This map is just too fast for my casting speed.
Agreed. Yeah, it was so quick. I mean, I was concentrating on just how Eclipse was battling one person on the left, and by the time I looked, everybody's had swapped sides. So it's going to be a good one to watch 2 or 3 times on replay just to see exactly why it happened that way.
Yes.
All right, so let's see. Fase maintained really good control right from the early on, had the most amount of units, and was able to get a lot of support. No, that's not true. Sorry, it's only as Eclipse started to go away that Fase got all of his troops back from Eclipse. Like Eclipse just at a last second, like sent him to the middle, and they just happened to go into Fase's forge. But it was planned.
This is good map to support your teammate because your troops can arrive at the same time with your opponent's troops. So it's possible to support, and whoever gets the support will get the morale. Like here we see that red player, who's red player by the way? Fase.
Yeah.
Fase has the morale.
Well done. Either way, that's 2-1. Team perfectly balanced is going into this round as his match point for them. Obviously, unit or map selection will go back to Dream Team, and they'll be able to make a selection here. This will be played in King of the Hill mode. We'll see what they choose. Looking like Q18 right now. They're queuing up. I'm thinking that's what Dream Team's going to go with.
Today we are seeing this map for the first time.
Yeah, first one today.
And this is also a small map.
Yeah.
And do you remember if they use clots or not?
Let's see. Clots has been used so far by Fase and I believe, is that Kenner? It's just Fase for that. So only one person has used Clots so far.
So
you think
Clots is a good hero on this map. So somebody will pick Clots.
Okay. Do you think anybody's going to... Sorry, go on. I'd rather hear what you say.
I think so. Unlike the last tournament, we had to double our teammates' hero. So if we were going to pick Clots, Benzo was going to pick Clots, and I was going to pick Clots. So on this tournament, that rule doesn't exist. So they will have each different heroes, and let's see what hero we will take. They will take besides Clots, but I'm pretty sure one of them will pick on each team Clots.
Okay. Do you think anybody's going to go for that center tower
Why?
as an opening strategy? You say no?
I don't think so. But it's a possible strategy, but again too risky because you are sending some troops to die.
Yeah.
Which means you are running out of troops. If he attacks you, you should be able to defend your base, your side. So meanwhile you are going to tower, your opponent can take the middle village, and also from there on they can attack you or just wait for their unit production.
Totally. I've almost never seen, unless this game goes past the opening drive, I usually don't see anybody go for that tower at all.
I used to go, but it doesn't work like attacking or doing something else. It's a little risky.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have Ank's artifact, going to the tower makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see, D78's going Klotz. There you go, just predicting it. And Eclipse taking Klotz too. Looks like Fase's still deciding.
Yes.
Fase was the one to delay on the decision before. We saw when they were playing the map selection screen, Fase was waiting to decide. So you could tell there's some conversations going on behind the scene with Fase and Eclipse on exactly how they want to play this one out.
Obviously, and it is the best part for the tournaments for me, because we do that all the time with Benzo. Just creating strategies 5 minutes, not 5 minutes, after the selection of the map. The time between that we all watch together, that everybody is taking too long to pick heroes, but they haven't picked any heroes yet.
Oh yeah.
Fase finally picked.
There we go. Fase's going Pixo.
This is all strategies, and they made up a new strategy for this game only, and they picked that hero for this. This will be fun to watch.
Yeah. And they're also, this is a mirror team, Pixo Klotz, both sides. First one of the day we've seen like this.
I think so. Let's see. And King of the Hill mode.
So here we go. Here comes the opening. Eclipse going right past him. What the? I can't believe that.
Did you see that Eclipse took
I
everything?
did. I can't believe that.
Q211 could have defended if he had kept. He didn't left early, but Eclipse made a perfect attack at start. He sent some of the units to the forge and some of the units to the main building. So by this way, he could be able to dominate that side. So QI couldn't defend, and at the same time he lost the building, which is morale loss. So this means after losing that morale, it was easier to Eclipse to capture that building.
Yeah, that was so amazing. Like that replay for what exactly Eclipse did on the bottom was incredible for me. Just specifically because he did both things. He went around that main village in the center of the map to attack the back line, but at the same time sent a very set number of specific units right in the center, knowing, this is crazy, knowing that his opponent was going to send them out of there because that middle village was so stacked. And I guess
his prediction, and Eclipse executed it very well.
The prediction,
as I said, if Eclipse, if Q didn't have left that building that early, Eclipse maybe wouldn't be able to take it.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
When he took it, there wasn't too many troops inside, but there were just enough troops. So this is a perfect troop control for Eclipse.
Really well done.
He knows. This is the calculations that I am talking about. He knows how many units will take that village, and he knows how many units will protect his village. So he's playing according to that, because I know Eclipse is trying hard and practicing so hard, and he is so good on new tournament mode. He is more dedicated player than anybody else probably, and he's taking the advantage of it. It was a good game.
Yeah, he's so strategic, and like I just want to I wish I had a replay button to be like, watch this. It's crazy that he sent I would never have thought, okay, you do one or the other. You go, I'm gonna go all in for this middle village, or I'm gonna go around the middle village. And he did one, the other, knowing the guy was gonna see that he sent it all out to attack. And at the end of this, a single attack, he took the whole bottom line. I don't know, just wonderful play right there.
Good planned attack, but really so good planned attack. No but. No but.
Yeah, it's crazy.
After taking that, he had morale and Fasse fed him so good. So he had enough units to go to the other side and attack the opponent there.
Yeah, totally. Either way, regardless of the tactics, we just unfolded there and tried to unpack for everybody. That is perfectly balanced, winning the semifinal round. That's 3-1, yes. And they're going to be progressing to the final matches, which is what we're going to roll into. Like Baris mentioned before, we're not going to be doing the third place matches today. We are going to go straight into the finals. But while that's getting queued up and everything, let's just give a quick shout out to Dream Team. Congratulations, you guys. You guys are obviously going to go on to the third place match. But thank you for the contribution here on the semifinal rounds. You guys played expertly, and it was a pleasure watching you guys today. They will go against, of course, Dream Team is going to go up against Doc No Hope and Stephenson for third and fourth place. We'll see the results of those in a little bit. They'll probably be played simultaneously right now. We might get an update in chat as that plays out alongside the finals. But onto the big show of the day. If you guessed in our viewer quest that the final matchup today was going to be Team Mushroom versus Team Perfectly Balanced, well, congratulations. Like Baris did, I believe that you made it. You are.
Oh, I forgot to write it in the Facebook. I hope they did.
It's on video, man. It's on video. No, it's fine.
I was the one announcing it.
Yeah, you were like...
I don't count.
We'll just go back retroactively and be like, come on, look, I got proof. But no, that's going to be our final matchup today. I want to write it down so I can start keeping track in a second here. But this is a matchup we've seen multiple times this year. And I'm just curious... We're gonna start today with Q30 with these guys, and again we've seen both strategies play out a little bit differently based on whether it's Perfectly Balanced or it's Moonshadow and Mr. Kai. But what are your predictions? Let's get first off. What are your grand predictions? Who's going to take it after this next 5 rounds?
I'm getting the invite, and I want to predict the score. Probably it will be. We are playing best of 5, so it will be like 3-2. But it's hard to predict who is going to take, because right now we are seeing all pro players of the game in one game, in a 2v2 game. So both team has advantages, and we have seen both team on the final round.
Totally.
In the previous tournaments. Now, for the first time, they are fighting each other.
All right. This is so good. I want to hear in chat. We should start a poll. We should get your guys' opinions. Who do you think is going to win this? Are you so impressed today by Team Perfectly Balanced that you're like, no, unstoppable. They've got this. Or are you Team Mushroom? Are you like, guys, wake up. It's Moonshadow and Mr. Kai time. Like, I want to know what everybody else is thinking too. So get your votes in there. Be curious to hear. In the meantime, looks like we're waiting on Benzo to get in here. What am I thinking? Oh, yeah. This is right. Q30, this was able to be taken. The only time we saw this go in an unpredictable manner was Fascinating Eclipse just losing this in the semifinal rounds last time, right? By Q11 and D78 taking it from them. But do you think... Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that this will turn into another 1v1 match, or are we looking at another one just being...
I think this will turn to a 1v1 match between... I don't know. Really, Eclipse is against Mr. Kai and Fasse is against Moonshadow.
So, Fasse against Moonshadow, okay.
If Fasse survives a little longer than, for example, Mr. Kai, or if Mr. Kai survives a little longer than Fasse, the Mushrooms team will win this one.
All right, folks. We're sorry. Let me cut you off right there. We're gonna jump into this final game. This is the finals, folks. Let's see it. Yeah, go on there, Bear. Sorry.
I have really no idea who is going to win because I know both teams and look at that. Probably they are going to mirror their heroes. And yes,
yeah,
they do.
There they do it. Klotz and Kenner. Fasse's going Klotz. Just writing this down. Kenner for Eclipse. This will be over. This is gonna go so quick.
I'll be watching Eclipse side.
There's the first. Oh, he goes right around. Eclipse is smart enough not to send everybody out.
Ooh.
So good.
Mr. Kai did a perfect attack, but Eclipse Tower.
Eclipse is just. He gets it, man.
Yes. Now, like I said,
Moon Shadow can defend enough.
If
against Fasse.
Eclipse survives long enough, if Eclipse Fasse survives long enough, Eclipse will have the advantage.
It's going to come down to an Eclipse versus Moon Shadow.
Yes, here is the 1v1 game that I was talking about.
Fasse has so many units, though, he can just stick around because Moon Shadow's got to spend all this time to upgrade to get ready for Eclipse's inevitable attack. Eclipse has all this time. He can build a forge, he can upgrade, he can move stuff around. Moon Shadow, meanwhile.
More buildings. He has opportunity to upgrade maybe faster. I don't know, but at the same time, Moon Shadow is upgrading too, so he's gaining morale too. Totally. They have the same morale, but the difference in the unit production is visible right now. And Fasse is preventing that production. And you see now, Eclipse has taken the King of the Hill Tower.
Yeah.
And going for the other, because if this game is going to be a long game, it's going to matter. And now Moon Shadow is trying to steal that building from Eclipse, but no, Eclipse survived and he has a lot of morale. And
Moon Shadow's so good.
It's not over yet.
It's not
Moon
over,
Shadow
but
is defending perfectly.
What a great snake there by Eclipse. Just so perfectly executed.
Eclipse is famous with his snakes.
He is, man. He's so crazy. He can do. Yeah, Moon Shadow's like, yeah, you got me. You got it. First round, Fasse Eclipse. Congratulations. That was the nail biter. But yeah, you could tell. You know what's so great is like Fasse usually with one building left, he was like, all right, I'm just going to spend this time spamming #1 and I'll just keep sucking units from you. And eventually I had 30, now I have 60, now I have 90 units. What are you going to do? You're going to waste your time attacking my one building, or am I just going to sit here as this little, like just sitting there as a deterrent from Moon Shadow doing anything too big, knowing that 90 units can come at him at any second? Like, it's just the perfect play just the perfect way to play when you're like, okay, I'm stuck, but I'm still imposing if you give me a wide enough opening, and then it's just the waiting.
Exactly. It creates stress because if Moon Shadow attacks Fasse and somehow he will lose so many units, and if somehow Fasse gets a building from Moon Shadow, that building will be downgraded.
Yeah.
So this is a disadvantage, and he will lose a lot of units. So Moon Shadow did his best while waiting for the attack, but those King of the Hill Towers, Eclipse took both of them.
Yeah.
Let's change everything. He had much more production than Moon Shadow.
So, Moon Shadow, Mr. Kai, gonna have a selection here. See what when we get some of these invites are gonna be a little slow here, but wait until those come through. Catch everybody up. Let me see. Last time this happened, Mr. Kai and Moon Shadow. Just looking back at earlier today, when they lost a round earlier, they chose Q12 as their go-to, which is nice. It's a longer map, one of my favorites. It's a I don't know. When you play against Fasse and Eclipse, is it more? Are you inclined in the past, when you've played against Phosphate and Eclipse with Benzo, what's your guys' strategy? Do you go for longer maps? Do you do like tried and true methods, or are you just like, you know what? Let's see what they throw at them, or which one did we feel comfortable today? Like, what's your guys'? How do you do map selection at this time?
It was random. No, of course not. We know they have advantage on some maps, and we try to avoid them, and they know they had advantage on those maps, Phase and Eclipse. They didn't avoid those maps, and those all games were fun games. For the two tournaments, for example, Q20 was our go map, because somehow we play with Benzo on that map more in sync than the other maps. So
funny.
We love to play on Q20, but now I haven't checked what's going on with Q20 on tournament. They've changed.
Yeah. I can't remember what Q20 is off the top of my head, but I'll check it after the games are over today.
There are 4 towers, and you start in the 4th tower with 100 troops.
Gotcha.
And there are 2 forges.
Yep, I got you. I know the one. All right, looking at the selections here. Moonshadow going Stella. Phosphate and Eclipse doing Stella Kenner. Kenner going for Phosphate, right? No. Yeah, Kenner for Phosphate, okay. Because Eclipse chose Kenner last time.
Yes.
And then we got a RDO.
Let's see if Moonshadow will do the tactic and how Eclipse and Phosphate will encounter.
Here we go, Eclipse sending units up.
Oh no. Phosphate is taking only 2 villages like Moonshadow did.
Mr. Kai sending these.
Eclipse is taking all the other villages.
Yeah.
Mr. Kai is sending them to distract.
Just to die. He just needs some. He's trying to get mad.
Now we are seeing both of them are playing Moonshadow's tactic.
Yeah, they are.
Look at them.
Yep.
Oh my god. This is. What do you think? Is this game about defending or attacking?
This game is all about. I mean, if you're Eclipse, this is about attacking.
Eclipse is attacking with perfect timing now.
Boom!
And use his turn.
Man!
And Moonshadow had the opportunity to.
Here comes
his
tower.
Now he's going to use.
He's going to break it. Takes it back. Such a good shield break.
Now, Eclipse didn't upgrade all of his buildings. He's upgrading them now. So if he had lost some morale, he could gain it back from the upgrade on the last part after he has done after the attack. Now I think
here comes a huge attack from Eclipse. This is my favorite thing.
Moonshadow at the same time. Ooh, let's see what will happen.
Moving for the back line. Looks like he's going to go straight for Mr. Kai in the back, but he's not going to have enough to take him.
Eclipse
he takes him.
Defending and taking Mr. Kai out.
Mr. Kai's out.
So, Mr. Kai was basically out. But now his mana will be filled slower because he's out of the game.
And look at Eclipse down at the bottom. Now focusing on Moonshadow's main base.
Eclipse is pushing too hard. And we are seeing here, Moonshadow is outplayed by his own tactic. Wonderful. Very nice.
This is looking like.
Look at the morale.
Yeah, look at the morale. Moonshadow being able to be taken out, even with that forge, or even with that tower down there, he's not going to be able to hold it. And there it goes. He knows it and he calls it.
I told you. This is the only way to encounter that attack.
It's just to do that attack.
Eclipse just played perfectly. Well done. Well done.
Well done. I mean, good call on your part too, Barris. They're calling that out so early. Do you think that's something that Phosphate and Eclipse knew? Hey, Moonshadow and Mr. Kai are going to do this strategy. Let's do it too. Or do you think they? Do you think? Meaning, like, do you think it happened earlier than today? You know, like, do you think they practiced that strategy, or they saw it in the semifinal round and they're like, all right, they're going to do that. We got to combat it with the same exact approach.
Or, for example, I can say for pro players, there are more than one strategies for each map. And if they have they know that Moonshadow has this strategy, they have probably tried it on tournament mode to see if this strategy is working out or not.
Yeah.
If it is working and it's not counterable with other tactics, then it means it should be encountered by the same tactic. So probably they have tried it, and as soon as they see that Moonshadow is doing that tactic, they did the same.
Good point.
Good approach.
Now the question is like, how do you practice making sure that the tactic defending against, so how do I say this? How do you practice doing an attack by meeting the same attack as a defense, like the same layout, without asking Moonshadow and Mr. Kai, like, hey, can you guys play against us and do that one strategy and then we'll do that strategy too? I mean, I guess you can find 2 other players, but a lot of times if you find 2 other players and you ask them and they're like, I don't know this strategy, what are you talking about? And then you do it and you beat them, are you getting mixed results? You know what I mean?
For example, we are talking about Fasa and 8tips. They're able to watch a game, and if that strategy is good, they can copy it.
True.
So if they are basically doing this tactic against any other team, this means they are practicing this tactic also. If they do this tactic and lose with this tactic, probably they will switch to the other tactic they lost to this tactic. So this is nice one. If that tactic is winning on every game, why should they have changed the tactic? They are just keeping it. So without asking what Moonshadow and Mr. Kai is doing, they are doing that tactic because they know that tactic will survive on this map.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I'm getting the invite now. This is match point. I know it's hard to say because we're in the final games and we're only on game number 3, but it's possible that Fasa and Eclipse take this in a clean sweep on our 2v2 Cup today with just doing 3 in a row against Moonshadow and Mr. Kai. It would be crazy. It'll also go to show that if Benzo and Barris aren't here, they can't. There's no slowing down the other teammate, the other teams from stopping them from just winning this so easy. But I'm expecting to see Moonshadow and Mr. Kai have an ability to defend against this. Yeah, I just.
I think we have seen this against Moonshadow and Fasa.
Yeah.
On the last tournament, they were on the semifinals, and the score was 2-0.
Yep.
After that, it was 3-2 by Moonshadow and Mr. Kai.
You're totally right. I'm glad you remember that. I'm gonna go back to those notes because I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep, I got all the notes from all the past games right here. Sorry, they're telling me my name should be Lord of the Scrolls. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Fasa and Eclipse Moonshadow. Yeah, you're right. 2 up, and then it went 2 down, and they won it. The last 2 games that Moonshadow and Mr. Kai were able to take from Fasa and Eclipse were by choosing. Oh, this is of course the double up series. So it was Stella versus Dora, Onk versus Einer. Funny.
I love how you take your notes. Really.
Well, gotta be prepared.
History of Mushroom Wars.
Yeah, somebody's got to notate all this for the future generations if they want to know. Grandpa, what happened in 2020? Like, sit down, little kid. Let me tell you about Barris and Benzo. God, it'll never happen, but it's funny to imagine.
Yes, it's hilarious.
Cool. Well, I'm still waiting.
Are we getting the invites yet?
Nah, I haven't gotten it yet. Servers are all backed up. Yeah, if you guys didn't hear, we're not doing game 3 today, just due to how slow the servers are today. So that'll show up later. We'll just do results.
Which map do you think we are going to see?
Let's see. I'm just gonna jump in chat. Oh, just want to say hi to, let's see, Lita. Elsh is there. What's up, Elsh? Guy is there. Got Samurai. Man, everybody's showing up to say hi. Chill.
Hello everyone. I love them all, but today I was a little nervous, but I missed the chat.
That's okay.
I'm sending my greetings to them.
Are you still nervous, Barris?
No, I'm not. I'm feeling a little relaxed right now. I'm excited about the final game.
There you go.
Final games.
Once you start getting in the groove of things and we start talking about and watching the matches, then it's like you just start getting it.
I don't know if I'm going to play on any tournaments, but I can help you if you want.
Question for you: do you you don't play 1v1 cups? Do you play 1v1 ever?
I just played once on 1v1 cup, and it was my first tournament experience.
Oh,
because it was the time that when the rules came out, and Cup Masters told that every player who joins the tournament will get rules. I said, okay, I will join. Because I'm mainly a 2v2 player.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting anything to be like on day 2 or something like that. But somehow I made it to day 2 on my first tournament. And I wasn't expecting that, and nobody was expecting that. So I was seeded 8, and that tournament Tormoz was playing, and he was my opponent on my first game on day 2. So
dang.
It was a nice memory for me.
It was a nice memory. I love it. Yeah, there's some people that just like Tormoz is a perfect example. I know Tormoz is like, I don't like 2v2, I only do 1v1, and then he just dominates, at certain times. But I'm kind of in
place, he dominates.
Yeah, I'm kind of in your camp where I'm like, yeah, I'd rather play 2v2 at any time because I like the co-op kind of ability. But then you have players like Moonshadow and Eclipse, who we've seen them in past 2v2 and 1v1 cups. So they're like versatile of being like, I like relying on another person, but also I got to step up, and I just definitely know how to take on one person 1v1.
And by the way, if they win together, they earn the points together. So teaming up for the final cup makes sense. For example, we just won 2 cups, and both Benzo and I have now 2,000 points.
Yeah.
Which guarantees our place at the final cup.
Yeah, you guys are pretty much set. That's always Sorry, we're just told that there's a delay right now with Moonshadow's internet, so we're just that's the delay we're waiting on, is just to make sure everything there comes through. What are you particularly? There's one more 1v, or there's one more 2v2 cup before the end of the year, before the final cup, right? That'll be 2 cups from now. Obviously, we go 1v1, 2v2, 1v1, 2v2, et cetera, et cetera. Do you participate, or do you anticipate you and Benzo jumping in for that one? Or are you guys going to be like, you know what? We'll be in the last cup. That's all that matters.
I don't know. It can be a surprise. Now it's tournament mode. I don't have to play with my actual account. I can create a fake account and be on it, but I won't gain. Probably then I won't gain that points, but I can test myself if I can be able to play on tier 3. So
that's a good point.
Everything is possible. I just better be hiding from Fasya or Tormoz without getting caught doing a new account on tournaments.
Yeah, I like
I'm
the
just
idea.
joking. Most probably, if we train good with Benzo and have enough time to train, we will join it.
Okay. Well, we can look forward to that. Yeah, that's funny that you bring up that. I haven't even thought about that with tournament mode. It's now, I guess it's just a deterrent for people to make fake accounts in order to compete. Because if everybody's playing on tournament mode, then we're all set to the same level anyways. So there's no real benefit of like, oh, I'm going to make this fake account just so I can play in this game. It's like, okay, well, just play on your real account. And since we're not doing amateur cups either anymore, I guess there's no real reason than to just come out and play on your normal account. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's like, yeah, maybe I just will make new accounts every time because it doesn't really matter. But then all the awards for it don't go on that main account of yours,
But the real accounts will join the last tournament. You can play in every tournament, but the most important last tournament is only real accounts because you have to collect points at the same time.
Yeah, true.
So there is no point on making a fake account to join tournament, and you know that if somebody catches you, you will get banned from the tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is not a good idea, guys, to make a fake account and join.
No, I'm wondering, like, what's the point there? Like, maybe you make a fake account and you and Benzo now qualify for 4 different spots for the final cup. Now what? Now you're going to play on 4 different screens? Like, 2 of you guys have 2 different things, and then it comes down to a final and it's you against you. I don't know. What's the point there?
And casting at the same time.
Yeah.
We are going to
And
be
casting.
multitasking.
You're playing on 2 screens and casting at the same time, dude. You might as well just like own the game at that point. Like, you are. If you could do that and maintain fully proficient casting, nobody else is going to top you.
Of course, I should be most professional Mushroom Wars team. It's not a player or something.
Yeah.
It's,
You should just be
like
Mr.
such a-
Mushroom Wars.
Yes, I should be in the game like as Wilford, for example.
Right. Yeah.
I deserve that if I do that.
Speaking of, we should give you props for your Wilford costume. Saw that recently.
Actually, I didn't hear the results of the contest. I
Oh,
missed
there
the news
was
section.
okay, well, let's go over it. I heard from our newscaster, that there's everybody that participated in the costume contest won equally. I don't think there was only this person's going to get an award. It was more of a, hey, thanks everybody, everybody's going to get 1,000 jumps. So yours was shown on screen. You got props. You will definitely for sure get rewarded.
Nice. And my costume was a blanket.
What were your scrolls? Were they just rolled up paper?
Yes, they were just rolled up paper for some artwork because you know I'm a
perfect.
designer. I just laying around. I didn't do much for the contest. I already have my glasses and no mustache.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had plans to dress up as Kenner, and by the time I remembered about the whole contest, it was August 7th, and that's when it was supposed to close. And I was like, "There's no way I can spray paint my face white for Kenner's stupid mustache." Like, I was like, it's not gonna happen. And then Tormaz put up his picture of him as Kenner, and I was like, all right, I can't even compete with that. That guy won, so good for him. Anyways,
You should have tried that.
Yeah, I got most of the invites in right now. Looks like we're just waiting on Moonshadow.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, the invites were sent out by Eclipse and Fosse, even though they should have been sent out by Moonshadow. But I guess that's all server-related problems, and they'll just communicate on the backside what map they want to choose so they can get it all correct. Looks like Moonshadow's reloading. He's restarting, so. Well, as a recap, again, this could be final game. I know we're just waiting for this all to trudge along until we get there, but don't lose hype. I promise this is going to be good. But, of course, this map, which we're doing Q18, it looks like. If this goes to Moonshadow and Mr. Kai, we go to round 4, we go to round 5 as well. So wait and see Moonshadow's internet come back so we can get into this one. In the meantime, let me double check Discord just to see if there's communication from everybody. Yes.
This is the king of the hill mode.
Yep.
This map.
Oh, there comes Moonshadow. I'm just seeing him now.
Yes. What do you think? Are we going to see a comeback, or this is the final game?
Dude, I gotta hope for a comeback. Come on, Mr. Kai and Moonshadow. Like we said, these guys have comeback kings, right?
Yes, I want to see a comeback too.
I gotta see it.
Very fast and active, but I want to see a comeback.
Although if this is Q18, this is the one that I just my brain just melted at Eclipse's play.
Wonderful calculations.
So I'm hoping. Let's see, who's going to be across from Eclipse? So Eclipse is orange, which means red's going to be Moonshadow. That's a pretty good pairing. I want to see
Maybe,
what.
I don't know. Maybe. Oh no, they're not swapping places. Yeah, Eclipse.
Yeah, looks like they can, but I don't know if they want to.
Eclipse has Moonshadow in front of him. Let's see if that same tactic will work or not.
Okay,
Okay,
there we go.
They change places.
Moonshadow's orange, Mr. Kai green. So Moonshadow's going to be directly across from Fosse. Oh, Eclipse is going to be across from Mr. Kai. I don't see this working well for Mr. Kai, man. I think Eclipse is going to be able to take him.
All Mr. Kai has to do is keep calm and
Carry
I
on.
don't know. He should be able to defend.
All right, we got Klotz for Moonshadow. Mr. Kai going Kenner. Eclipse is going Klotz as well.
Ooh, Pixel and Klotz.
Oh, never mind. Pixo swapped out. Okay, Pixo for Mr. Kai.
Let's see.
This is it. Chat, I want to know, did we do that poll? I wanted to see if what everybody predicted, but maybe nobody did the poll. All right, anyways, here we go. Eclipse coming straight out, doing the same thing as before, going around. Going right for Mr. Kai. Mr. Kai also.
And Mr. Kai is doing the same opening as Eclipse. And let's see what will happen.
Oh, not able to hold.
Ooh.
Not able to hold, and there he comes with the Kenner or the Klotz #1 to take all those units away from him.
Look at Moonshadow, how he captured Fase.
Moonshadow takes out Fase, so now it's Moonshadow versus. Holy cow!
Okay, this map is like the first map. Actually, it's like 1v1 map, and Mr. Kai did great job doing
Such
Eclipse
a good job.
counter opening. So Eclipse, as you can see, didn't go to the middle village this time because Mr. Kai wasn't going there. But
Yeah.
what Moonshadow did there was, I didn't see it. To be honest, I was watching Eclipse.
Dude, I was watching Mr. Kai and Eclipse really closely, so I agree. And by the time I looked back up to Moonshadow and he had taken out Fase, I was like, oh wait, what happened?
Let's see it on the replay.
Yeah, I want to watch it on
If we
replay.
can.
But either way, that's 2-1. That's kind of what we talked about. We're now
Yes.
where we have a little bit of a comeback here. But map selection goes,
Oh.
obviously. Here comes replay.
This is what happened. Fase sent all his units to Moonshadow without taking his forge.
Yeah.
So
Why didn't Fase take his forge?
I don't know if there's a misclick or not, but he didn't take his forge. So
Yeah.
while Moonshadow take his main building, he already lost his morale because he lost level 3 building. Now we are going to see they are playing on Q3. And
Q3, this is a
I
favorite.
don't know which heroes they have left available.
All right, they got plenty. Okay, last time Fase and Eclipse played this, they went Kenner Dora. Neither of them have been selected for. Sorry, Kenner's been selected by Eclipse, but he played as Dora before. Previously, and they played Kenner Pixo. Basically, Fase still has Kenner available, so he can easily choose that. Moonshadow, Mr. Kai on a Q3. They chose Kenner Mardio, and they chose. I think that's the only time they did Kenner. That's the only time Kenner Mardio. I think it's pretty set though that Fase is going to choose Kenner. Anyways, this could be it. I picked Eclipse to win the cup he so deserves, says Elsh. Well, I agree. I agree with you, man. Eclipse is due to win. Eclipse has come second in like so many cups that his time is definitely up.
Let's see.
All right,
Also,
first. Sorry, go on.
Eclipse is the only player who got the second place the most this year, I think, including the 1v1 cups.
Yeah.
So he has something special there too. Two second places in a row.
Totally.
So I would love to see him taking the cup. This one.
Fase proving me wrong, going Trini, Mr. Kai, and Mr. Moonshadow, Kenner Pixo.
Yes. Mr. Kai and Moonshadow plays this map so nice.
All right, here we go. This could be game, but it's a longer match, so it's going to be a good one. Oof. Oh, I'm so excited. All right, pretty standard opening. I imagine Mr. Kai is going to drop.
Moonshadow.
Eclipse is going to drop that. No, he's just going to go in for it
Eclipse
first.
dropped his first before Mr. Kai, so he got
Yeah.
that building. Much
Meanwhile,
before
pushing for Moonshadow for Eclipse. Oh, wow,
Moonshadow,
perfect defense.
yes, Moonshadow failed his attack, and that gave Eclipse a lot of morale.
This is going to be very difficult right now. Mr. Kai
Yes.
and Moonshadow have to do so much to defend against this. Eclipse drops that forge, is going in for Mr. Kai's buildings. Redirects some attacks. Fase going for the back line.
And
Great defense.
they attacked at the same time. Great defense.
All right, Fase's building up some more. He's upgrading. Mr. Kai taking some time here to do the same. He's got pretty good morale.
I think they are going to force Mr. Kai to use his first and second, because Mr. Kai's fourth is
So powerful. Good point.
so powerful. But at the same time, Eclipse has frozen the morale again.
Fase and Eclipse doing this for the third time today, going for that middle King of the Hill Tower. So they can just
They are guaranteeing.
oh, frozen with trees 3.
It was perfect timing from Fase.
Oh, come on. Man, what unbelievable defense right there by Eclipse on that building. And now he's
Look
going to
at
send in a quick snake.
Eclipse's morale. Now Eclipse has the morale advantage because he was controlling the morale, and Moonshadow is just sending units.
Here comes a big push by Fase in.
And froze.
Froze.
Second.
And they dropped. Oh, wow. Dropped trees. Number 4. Right up on his own building, so he can't even send anything out.
No, he dropped it on Moonshadow's building, which was perfect location, so he could be able to take that building. Now,
Absolutely.
I don't know why he's supporting it like this.
Hey, he just wants to, man. Let him do the beats. Oh, wow. What a great move, Moonshadow. What's so risky?
Cost Fase 3 buildings,
His main base.
Moonshadow doesn't have any production there. So, let's see what will happen.
Fase trying to get back his main base. He's going to go for that back forge. Takes it away from Fase. Fase's
Amazing
game really,
from Moonshadow.
Yeah. Truly, Moonshadow had a great way to combat that.
And Eclipse is...
Drops that. A little bit too early, but hits it with Pixels number 2 to take it out from under him, but Fase takes it back real quick. Fase drops number 4 of Trini onto Moonshadow's one building just to prevent any support units coming in there. He's just going to keep funneling units in there. Meanwhile,
because
Mr.
of
Kai
the tower that Moonshadow has, his morale didn't go down.
Yeah.
So
even with
right
Eclipse
now,
controlling the morale, it's not been effective. Here goes Mr. Kai sending his support units up. Now it's just a waiting game to get those abilities back up so they can do another Kenner 4 if they want it.
I don't think they have enough time before the timer goes down.
Good point.
Because there is only one King of the Hill tower in the middle. So they will not have enough time before the tournament mode rules. Yeah, they have only 2 minutes left.
Well, there it is. Kenner's number 4 is up. Here comes. It's going in for the main base from... Oh, and he gets frozen again, but it's not going to be enough. He is able to take it away from him.
Yes, look at the morale.
Holding it away from Fase. It's just a matter of... They're just going to try to slowly chip away at Fase if they can. But the defense that Fase and Eclipse have right now is so strong. Gets him with the chickens.
I think Moonshadow was faking that attack to force them to use the chickens.
Yeah.
Now he's attacking somewhere else.
Now it comes the real attack.
To the middle.
Right in the middle.
Yes.
Oh, Fase and Eclipse are able to defend against it.
I think Moonshadow is planning to use his fort. But Fase dropped.
Wow, great defense.
Oof, very nice. Very nice.
About a minute left on this match.
It didn't have effect.
Boom. Ooh. Takes it out from underneath Fase. And now he's just going to keep pushing back and forth. Eclipse has to fight past everything.
The advantage of that morale.
Oh,
now they have the King of the Hill. Oh my god.
Holy cow. And now he's going in for Eclipse's main base. Takes 2, takes 3.
39 seconds. Wow. Okay, this
Oh my
is a GG.
You have sound effects right. No, Eclipse is out. They got 25 seconds. Fase calls it. Holy shit, that was such a good map.
It was unbelievable, and I didn't have that sound effect on purpose, but it was good for this game.
I love that you had that
Amazing
sound
game.
effect. I don't even know where, like, that was so good. That was like a red alert, like, holy shit. I can't
Whoop, whoop.
Yo,
This was a good game.
I did not
This was a
predict
good
that
game.
comeback, but these are the comeback kings, man. Damn.
Yes, I warned you about this.
Oh my god, I gotta rewatch this later.
Now
So
we
many
will- we
good
will
moves
see.
there. And like I said, they waited for good skills, waited for Kenner's number 4 to get up, defended so well. Would you say the downfall was Fase using the bees at that one moment, losing his base?
Yes, when he used bees, Moonshadow saw that. So when you use bees, that building is emptied until the bees are over. So Moonshadow attacked and took 2 bases at the same time while he was doing that. And after that, the Kennors first made a tower while Fase was trying to kill his base, and Moonshadow, during the game, he had the moral advantage because of the tower he did in the first place.
Yeah.
So he never lost morale during the
Yep.
game, and he take it as an advantage, and this made him to come back in such a nice way.
Yeah.
Let's see Q16 now.
Q16, one way or other. I love it. I love it. This has happened almost every time this year that our final game of a
No.
cup has come down to a 5, and I love when this stuff happens, man. Anyways, Q16, you're right. It's gonna be a while.
Final game of the cup will be the opening map of the last cup.
Yeah.
So let's see, King of the Hill mode.
Talk to me. What do you predict? Like, if somebody were to pay attention to one specific area or one specific player, what do you think? Like, for instance, Fase is going to do. What do you think Eclipse is going to do? Curious.
Eclipse will place himself against Mr. Kai.
Mhm.
And Fase, on the last tournament, Fase played great against Moonshadow on this map, to be honest.
Fase played great against Moonshadow. Okay. Mr. Kai,
Yes.
Stella.
I remember Fase playing unbelievable against Moonshadow, so it was an impressive game. I remember it. Then he turned back to the other side.
Fase going Stella. Moonshadow going Chia. This is it. Let's do it.
Let's see.
First of all, going right on the attack. Mr. Kai and Moonshadow going straight for those early villages in their
I think this-
territory. Both teams actually
Pretty
did the same
standard
thing.
opening.
Yep.
And now we are seeing,
Eclipse dropping that
Eclipse is-
UFO.
yes, to prevent Moonshadow to get in that building, but Mr. Kai to get in that building, but Mr. Kai
Here's
is perfectly timing right now. Let's see if Eclipse can keep it.
Eclipse held it. Meanwhile, Moonshadow has
Yes.
the one on the left. Fase's not even going for it yet. Fase's just building up. Here comes everybody coming in. Takes out Fase's one building, takes out the second,
Eclipse is taking out
takes out the third.
Moonshadow, Mr. Kai, and no,
Takes out
Yes.
Fase.
takes out Fase.
Oh, it's a 1v1 final game. Holy oh my god. All
Oh
right.
my god.
Moonshadow.
This is the opportunity that Eclipse missed on last 2v2 Cup. He couldn't, he wasn't be able to join it due to, I think, some family reasons.
Yeah.
Now we are watching 1v1.
Totally. All right.
Let's
Moonshadow's
see.
going to be the first to try to push in. Eclipse isn't waiting. And he's hitting with a Pixo
Hey.
number 3 to take out the whole thing. Drops a Stella break.
And he
Takes it.
took also at the same time. Oof.
Hits it with a
Did you
Stella
see
number 1.
how small was that snake, but
Yeah.
he put how many troops inside?
60
Now
60
here comes
units.
another.
Stella, Chia's number 4 to Sandstorm to stop most of these units from making any further advancement. We got a UFO on top of that, which goes away. Eclipse drops another forge top right. He's getting ready for his next attack. Oh, he got both the King of the Hill Towers.
Yes, and Moonshadow.
Big attack coming in for Moonshadow. He's going for the back forge. Takes one. Doesn't take the second. Loses the first. Moonshadow or Mr. Kai Eclipse still has these buildings in in Moonshadow's territory. And here comes a big push by Eclipse again. With a second snake to follow up, here comes another snake, takes out the King of the Hill Tower. Man, Eclipse is the king of sending in units slow so that he can snake out of it, man. And there it goes. Moonshadow knows it and calls it.
Oh my God.
What a fight, what a game, what a tournament.
Did you see that morale, 5-star morale in the end of the game?
Yeah. Holy cow,
amazing.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Right off the
Great
bat, congratulations. Eclipse and Fase, great games, guys. You took it. You've won the cup. You are our winners of the day. I gotta say, Mr. Shadow,
perfectly balanced.
Mr. Kai and Moonshadow, thank you guys. Unbelievable comeback there, giving us all quite the spectacle to watch. Superb playing from you both. I can't praise you enough. Congratulations for coming in second. And what did you think? What did you say? What did you think of the final round there we just saw, Paris?
All final games, all of them, were amazing to watch, and I really enjoyed all of them. And this final game is really, really, really intense, strong. But the game before the final game, the 5-minute game, that was my favorite.
Yeah, that was definitely the best. But holy cow, congratulations again. I just love you called it. You're like, some of these maps are going to come down to a 1v1, and we didn't see it for a while, but then when we start seeing it, it's just, you knock out somebody early, your opponents do the same thing to your teammate, and then, man, what a great final match there, just seeing Eclipse able to just storm out Moonshadow so quickly and so effectively. So I don't know what else to say. Just a reminder to everybody else, the third place and fourth place matches are taking place simultaneously. In fact, they're already done, I'm hearing. I didn't see who won. Dream Team won 3-2, so another tight game. Holy cow, congratulations then to Dream Team, which means fourth place is going to go to Team Rollator. But that's going to do it for us today. I think we're going to head out here in just a bit. I wanted to give last words to you, Barris. Any final thoughts here about what you saw today? Any upsets, any things you were unexpected, or any tips you've taken away when you jump back into these cups that you're like, I've now learned this against my opponent?
I have seen that the game is changed completely, but it's in a much better way. So seeing fair cups without having the advantages of tier difference, it's just an amazing thing. Like I said, it's good, so good to have, but it needs also at the same time some commitment to the game. So whoever practices more will get the cup. And I can see that Eclipse has done a very good job with Fase, and they played so well together, and as a result, we had so nice games to watch.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the entire cup. Every game was different than what we have ever seen on the previous cups this year, because all of them were on tier 5 and with different tiers. Now, under equal circumstances, this is a new page for the Mushroom Wars Cups, I think.
Yeah, totally. I think it's pretty impressive to say, just to watch some of these teams come back and just see how far they can really get. So again, thank you to everybody that participated in the cup yesterday, everybody that made it to today. Thank you for your efforts and putting on such great matches for everybody to tune in and watch. Barris, thank you for joining me today. It was super cool to hear you and have you jump in with everybody. And obviously, thank you to the folks behind the scenes that help run all these all day, Mind Games, Sioko, all you guys, Krusty, everybody that puts us on, Tormaz, of course. And I think that's going to do it for us. Barris, why don't you sign us out and say goodbye to everybody for me?
I thank you for at the first place for inviting me to here, because I had so much fun. And I'm so happy to make this all together with the viewers and you and all the people in the background, in our ears. So I'm saying thank you to everybody. Us in the next cup, and until then, goodbye to everyone.
Take care, guys.